January 3rd. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the January 3rd edition of the Energy Code Tag Residential. It is National Donut Day, so I hope you were able to get out some donuts this morning. I had my Top Pot donuts, and they were pretty darn tasty. Apple fritters. I would have bought you all donuts if we were meeting in person, but we're not. So thank you for coming. Today we have a lot on the agenda. We're not going to get to all of it, I'm quite sure. We're 8:30 to 3 p.m. and that is because we have a lot of really good discussions ahead of us, a lot of things to get through, and we want a robust discussion on all of them. And we also need to get this done between today, next Tuesday. All of you tag members have gotten an invite now for next Tuesday, 9:30 to 1. That was added so that we could consider all the proposals thoughtfully and robustly. And then we have one next Friday as well, 8:30 probably to 3. And we'll go as long as we need to on that day. So block out your calendars. To that end, I would ask everybody to please be respectful of everybody's time and all of our time. We have lots and lots of people on the phone today, and we have lots of things to discuss. So please state your case as quickly as you can and let others speak. I'm not going to institute time limits unless we have people speaking for more than 1 minute regularly, other than the proponent of the proposal, who gets usually a few more minutes at the beginning to talk about that. So thanks for all coming. And let's just do a roll call and see who's here on the tag.
Chell Anderson.
Here.
Damon Doyle.
Here.
Mike Fowler. Are you there, Mike?
This is Mike Fowler. If you're asking for me, I just joined.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mark Sniffen.
President.
Jeremy Moore. Wade Craig.
Here.
Mike Poirier. Dwayne Johnlin.
Here.
Dave Balon.
Here.
Lisa Rosenau. Jonathan Jones.
I am here.
Megan Kramer.
Here.
David Reddy.
Here.
Gary Hickinen.
Here.
Kevin Duell. Andrea Smith.
Here.
Irina Rasputnis.
Here.
Chris Burrows.
Here.
Amy Wheelis.
Here.
Poppy Storm.
Here.
Greg Davenport.
Here.
Albert Rooks. Henry Odom.
Here.
Gavin Tenold.
Here.
John Lang.
Here.
Patrick Hayes. Luke Howard.
Present.
Liz Reichert.
Present.
Jason Carter.
Present.
Jeanette McHugh.
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Great, we have a quorum. Are there any members of the public who would like to introduce themselves? Go ahead and unmute and just, we'll try and make it not super chaotic.
Tim Atterbury, Associated General Contractors of Washington. Dan Wildenhouse, Better Built Northwest.
Mo Tusi Paul, Modern Electron.
Jack Haroon with Jack Haroon Construction.
Nina Olivier with Built Green.
Chris,
Go ahead, Christine.
Christine Reed with IBEW 77.
Sonia O'Clair with Built Green.
Scott Peterson with the Northwest Gas Association.
Someone is dialing some numbers here. Can you mute yourself? Thanks.
Mike
John
Brown,
Rothman. Go ahead, Mike.
Mike Brown, IBEW 77.
And John Rothman with Avista.
All right, thanks everybody. And we also have some people in the chat. Sean Denniston, Lisa's here, and then Trevor Smith from Local 292. All right, thanks everybody for being here. The first item, or rather the second item, is review and approve agenda. So let's look at the agenda today. We have lots of stuff. I don't expect to get through everything today, but we will try and get through lots of things. My hope, my personal hope, is that we get all the way through 46 and maybe all the way to 84 or so today. I'm hoping we can get at least that far. Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Kevin Duell has been under the weather, so not here today. So I was going to ask if we could move 067, 068, and 069. Maybe just move them down to the bottom of the agenda, knowing that we may not get to them today. If that's okay with you. Otherwise, I could do my best to try to represent those, but I'd request to move those down to the bottom. And he's got several others there, but I think that those are mostly kind of editorial, more editorial type of changes that I think we might be able to deal with, but 67, 68, and 69 maybe move down if that's okay.
Okay, and I would also suggest that we move down 070 about emissions factors as well, just so that we're covering those in one piece if we do that. This is subject to what the tag wants to do, not what I want to do. So you're asking the tag if we want to move these. I think in the past, if the proponent's not able to make it, we do this, but we're getting to the end. And so what I don't want to have happen, I guess, is we don't consider something until next week, and then there's not enough time to revise it. That's what I really would not like to have happen. So I guess there's a risk every time we move something further down the agenda that we will just not be able to fully consider it because we only have next week to finish this up.
Understood.
Okay.
I would like to not move them kind of to the end of the day, but move them down an hour or two.
Wait for work. I've been working on it.
Just so that we can make sure we get to them today.
Just so that we can what, Dwayne? Could you repeat that?
Just so that we can make sure that we get to those today for sure. And so not moving it all to the end where we would risk not getting to them at all today.
48.
Jeanette, I don't know if you're attempting to speak on this call or another call.
Does Emma have to take a shower?
Okay, I muted you.
Shower. I love shower.
Okay, somebody's got to take a shower. All right. So I guess, Gary, you said Kevin is probably not going to make it at all today.
I'm unsure, but he may not. But if the tag feels strongly that they'd like to try to handle these today, we can do that. It's at the pleasure of the tag. I think I pretty much understand Kevin's proposals. I just wanted to, give him the opportunity. But
and Gary, on the emissions factors, my understanding is I think Kevin had asked to bring in a national speaker or something, or you had.
I hadn't, Kevin might have.
Okay, I think Kevin did, and so he had suggested it happens earlier in the day. And I told him we're not scheduling like specific times like we did with the commercial tag, but he had suggested he was going to bring in a national speaker, I believe.
Sorry, this is Motusi at Modern Electron. I'm the individual you're referring to that Kevin
Okay.
is going to bring in.
Okay. Great. I guess then we may be able to cover it today if Matusi, you are able to speak to this.
Yep, I'm available at your convenience.
Well, then I think, see, we met, I don't think, but did he want you to speak on his proposal 067 having to do with water heating, or do you know exactly what he was having you speak on?
Yeah, these are instances for both space heating, building heating, and water heating. So it was decarbonization of heating in general.
Okay, so that's probably the first one and the third one on the agenda today. And were you also going to speak to emissions factors?
No.
Okay.
And I apologize. He didn't give me a specific agenda item, so I know what I was supposed to talk about, but I didn't know where he intended to have it slot in.
Okay, so I guess it seems to me that maybe we move the emissions factors further down in the agenda, but then we keep Kevin's other ones up near the top. Does that sound good, Gary?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So the emissions factor 68 we'll put closer to the bottom so we can cover both emissions factors ones later. But I think the service hot water heating is the one that Matusi is going to speak on. So, okay, that seems good. Lisa.
Thanks. Good morning. I just wanted to mention that I do have to duck out at 12:30, and so I have two proposals on the agenda. Just want to make sure that I'll have an opportunity to speak to those. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but I just wanted to mention that in case some of these other ones run long.
I think we have a lot to cover before that. So if we want to cover those, do you think those are kind of major, or do you think those are kind of mostly fairly minor in terms of energy savings and impact?
I have received some comments from some folks that have expressed some concern about some of the details in 88. I haven't heard anything about 81, because 81 is mainly moving the code section to another area to make it a little easier to locate. So I think 88 might draw some discussion.
Okay. Well, I guess if you leave it at 12:30 and you're not able to be here, we will cover them at the Tuesday one, I guess. If I don't want to, I want to cover all the pathway ones today.
Yes.
That includes ERI, Built Green, and then Gary's total building performance ones. So I'm hesitant to put something before that, but
well, Built Green won't have its supporters until 12.
oh, good point. Okay, so why don't we put these after alterations after 36? Does that sound good?
In the spirit of interest as well, Wazoo would be willing to allow Lisa to kind of, I don't know, hopscotch in front of myself as well, if that's necessary.
I think we should be able to get to these before, well, yeah, okay, you can put them at before 35. As far as I'm concerned. Okay.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep. All right. Any other comments, suggestions for the agenda? I'm going to take down the donuts so that nobody gets too hungry. All right. Any motions on the agenda?
I'd like to move to approve the agenda as modified.
Motion, is there a second?
I'll second it. This is Mark.
Thanks, Mark. We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion on the agenda. Lisa, you take your hand down unless you have more to say. Okay. And then all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say nay. Okay, just as far as the way I'm going to run the meeting today, in the past we've had suggestions that if there's a single dissenting vote, that we do a roll call. I am going to just tell you that as chair, if I hear more than one nay, then I will ask for a roll call vote. I will also ask for, well, okay, so if I hear more than one nay, I will ask for a roll call vote. Otherwise, I'm going to run it with voice votes. Okay, just to expedite, it takes 2 or 3 minutes every time we do a roll call vote. Okay, so first up, 065, Sean, are you around and ready to talk about this one? It's slightly revised. There was the tag suggested that you convene a few stakeholders and work through this proposal, and I hope you have. So if you want to provide a brief introduction, or like, I don't know if you want to spend 5 minutes summarizing what the group said, and then I'll open up to other group members to talk about what that group talked about, and then we'll open up for general discussion. So Sean, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you. Can we bring the proposal up?
I believe the proposal's up.
Oh,
I see the heat pump space heating.
There we go.
Proposal. Okay.
All right, thank you. So yes, we did convene a meeting group of interested parties to give us feedback. We have made modifications to the proposal to respond to as many of the concerns as we could, while still maintaining the essential point of this proposal, which was to advance the fundamental efficiency of the residential code. So if we look at the changes that we've seen, exception, so it still is requiring heat pumps for space heating. There was a concern brought up about there are gas heat pumps, and while they have not yet made it down to kind of the single family residential market yet, they are available for multifamily, and they are a promising technology. So we removed electric to provide greater flexibility within the code. This also means that we don't have to change the fuel normalization table, because we still do have gas being allowed. Exception 1, we modified from the 1,000 watts to align with the heating demand that we see from passive house. And I know that there are probably some questions about that, since it does not align exactly with what's in commercial, but this really aligns with something that is appropriate for residential. This allows a certain amount of spot and boost heating in all homes, but it also does allow for a passive house type home, which heat pumps maybe don't make sense because of their low loads, to go ahead and use resistance heat. And we also removed the exception for other space heating systems as approved, since it was felt that that was just too big of an opening through this requirement. And if you can scroll down, I believe that is all of the changes. So this one is a little bit more similar to what we saw originally in the water heating. And I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the revisions that we've made, or any other parts of this proposal.
Thanks, Sean. Are there, I guess first I want to open it up to people who were commenting on Sean's in the group, and anybody who wants to kind of give that view from the inside of what happened. Andrea.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask tag members that were involved in the conversation last time if they've had time to review the documents that were posted by staff yesterday, and if not, I think we should probably postpone a vote on this, because there's a lot of information, specifically on the LCCA analysis that was done, that should be reviewed for a proper assessment of the proposal. So I would just like to get an idea of like how many people have actually looked at it.
I guess if we were in a room, we would have people raise hands or something like that. People could raise hands or whatever they want to show. yes, they
I
would like
reviewed it. I reviewed it. This is Dave Balon.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, this is Dwayne. I took a look.
Looks like Amy did as well. Carolyn.
I did too.
Were you talking to me, Shell?
Yeah, you have your hand up.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to back up what Andrea said. I sent that out to HVAC to get some just comments and things. And I know we've got some preliminary ones back, but a deeper look at this would be really awesome to have a little more time for that.
Johnny.
Yeah, I believe that during the last meeting in which we talked about these proposals, it was requested that the energy and cost information be submitted by end of day Wednesday. And I did that. So just wondering, if that was an issue. They give a full day to review. And I also went over, for anybody that was interested, there was a meeting in which we went over the methodology of the analysis. And I think there was about 15 people in that meeting. So this isn't the first time that people have seen this.
Thanks, Johnny. Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I looked on the website yesterday at noon and none of the stuff was up there. So I don't know how we're supposed to do a deep analysis, only having less than 24 hours looking at documentation.
Thanks, Chris. Krista, when was this posted?
This was posted probably 3 or 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Okay. Larry.
Yeah, I'd like to have some time as a contractor. I mean, we're weeks out to do stuff, and to have something posted at 4 o'clock and then be expected to be ready for it to review it by 8:30, I think is ludicrous, to be honest with you. I mean, most of us have businesses out here that this is going to affect, and we need a little bit of time here to even take a look at it. I haven't even had a chance to look at it because I actually have to run a business and do some work. So thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on also too, just getting other feedback and comments back from, for instance, I mean, I represent IBEW 77, and so we represent utility workers and utility construction, and just all of these overall topics as far as, moving to more electrification. Just from the workforce side of things, the demand that this is going to put on, over the years onto this electric grid, I'm telling you right now, we do not have the labor force when it comes to substation people and linemen to build to the infrastructure as far as power lines and different things like that. We don't have the labor force, and there's a lot of unintended consequences when it comes to some of these topics, and there needs to be more analysis into the impacts of labor to as far as this infrastructure. And one thing's for certain, we are not going to compromise our safety and our training in order to meet the staffing needs to build infrastructure. I mean, we range anywhere from 120 volts to 500,000 volts energized that we work on. It takes a highly skilled and trained labor force to be able to do this type of work. So with that, I just wanted to comment on the fact that there is still a lot of analysis and studies to be done on the overall demand that this is going to be.
Thanks, Mike. I guess, is someone at IBEW or doing that kind of analysis, or is that, I assume it's mostly utilities doing that analysis?
No, utilities are doing it, but as far as, I mean, utilities are probably doing it, but utilities are probably more into what the electric load is looking at. But as far as IBEW, we are currently working on putting some of those studies and different things together. This is a significant amount of things that overall, whether it's boards, committees, legislature, we are not taking into account all these different impacts that this is going to be as far as a labor force to upgrade and build this infrastructure. This is not an overnight success. Transmission projects and substation projects take anywhere from 50 to 20 years to design, get the permitting. I mean, all the different things that go into these things. You just can't go build a transmission line tomorrow. We have some really aggressive timelines that, I'll be quite frank, it doesn't matter union, non-union, there is not the labor force in the United States of America to staff the amount of work that it's going to take to upgrade the electric grid.
Thanks, Mike. I'm hearing from several people that they want to table this until later. But we also don't have that much time. So if we do table it, we would have to discuss this on Tuesday. Damon.
One last thing. I mean, I do have a written testimony that I can submit to you guys with some further detail on some things. And hopefully that's helpful. But like I said, we are working on some other data and things as well. So.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Yeah, any written testimony will be posted on the Building Council website when staff can post it on after it's received. So, yeah, appreciate it. Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too have one of those pesky day jobs that gets in the way and have not had an opportunity to review this material. Are you looking for a motion to table?
The tag can do it at once. I'm not suggesting that motion is made, but someone can make that motion based on what they're hearing.
I move to table this item till next Tuesday.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second motion to table, I believe cuts off discussion. So let's do a roll call vote on the motion to table.
Damon,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
Nay.
Mark Sniffen,
Aye.
Wade Craig,
Aye.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
Abstain.
David Reddy,
Abstain.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
Amy Willis,
No.
sorry about that. Don't know what's going on. Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
Yes, I need to review the LCCA better.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
okay. Motion carries 8-6 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, so this one's been tabled. We are on to the next one, which is 066 heat pump water heater. And this is also Sean. So
Mr. Chair,
Sean,
this is Stoyan. Can I clarify something?
please.
When the TAC members request additional information and when the information is submitted to the council staff, we need some time to work on it before we post it. And especially when the documentation is huge, like 400 or 500 pages. So when we get to requesting new information, take into account, that particular time, because the meetings are too close to each other. And we don't have only the energy code, we have mechanical, we have plumbing, building, residential. So very often when a new documentation is requested, it's by default cannot be posted on time for our technical advisory group members to review.
Okay, thanks, Stan. Johnny.
Yeah, just reiterating, I submitted the information based on what I was told during the last Energy Code meeting, and I directly emailed, it looks like 16 people, many of whom said that they didn't have a chance to review it until it was posted on the website. So I emailed that Wednesday evening when I also emailed it to SBCC staff. Realizing it's a lot of information, I agree that I want people to have the ability to review it, but I did send that to a lot of people.
And thanks, Johnny, for all the work on that.
Lots of time.
The tag tabled it, so we don't need to discuss that one anymore, but we are on to another one. And just a note as to why we didn't discuss the meeting minutes. It's because the meeting minutes are not available. So that was an agenda item that we didn't need to get to, or we skipped over today because the meeting minutes from last meeting are not posted. Andrea.
I just want to say thank you so much to the staff. I know you guys are super understaffed right now. You're doing your best to get everything on there. I think that these two proposals are very, they deserve a lot of attention and thorough vetting before we make a decision. And that was my only intent. I'm a huge proponent of making sure that we know exactly what we are voting on and the consequences of those. So thank you. And I also want to say thank you to Johnny for, doing the whole LCCA. So.
And just for clarity, I think reviewing it is great, and we'll have time to do that. I'm guessing, UTC studies and other major studies will not be done by Tuesday, but at least the tag will have more time to review all the backup data that Sean and Johnny put together. Henry.
Hi, I don't want to delay any longer, but I was hoping I could ask Mike a question, if that's okay to you, Joe.
Ask who a question?
Mike Brown, who just
oh yeah, please do.
Yeah, so historically, I guess before last code cycle, we always per some of NIA's new construction single family home compliance studies have shown that it's been about 80% natural gas space heating in the state of Washington. But the most recent one that just came out shows there's been a drastic switch to only about 20% natural gas space heating and water heating, and actually to 80% electric systems. So that happened within the last 3 years. And I was hoping, Mike, if you could kind of discuss to the larger group how it's impacted your day-to-day. You mentioned that there's not enough workforce to make this happen. So I'm wondering if you've had an actual personal experience with that, or if you're more concerned with the last 17% of the homes that would go to 100% electricity. Is that kind of the tipping point, not this 60% switch that happened in the last 3 years, but more the next 20%? So just curious when you get some more of your personal experience on that. Thanks.
Yeah, so basically both topics. I mean, we've seen, as far as the labor, I mean, there's constantly being, work being done to the electric grid as far as transmission lines and even distribution lines. And distribution lines are the power poles that we see when we're just driving down the roads or maybe through our backyards and different things like that. And we're looking at an electric grid that's old and it's running up against its limits. And with the more and more that we're doing, we're putting more and more demand and load onto that system. And we're doing our best to keep up with the amount of work, whether it's in-house through utilities or even whenever we're putting contractors onto projects. Right now, we're having a significant issue of looking, trying to get a labor force that is trained to do the work here in Washington. One of the impacts that we see is there's other states, I'm going to use California as an example, that are doing similar types of projects, but we're losing a lot of our labor force down to California because of the demand down there and different things. And so with that, we don't have the staffing with these current projects that we have, and even in the future with the 20 or 17%. This electric grid was designed to have a partner and a companion as far as generation and energy balances and things like that when it comes to natural gas. And so the system itself is being taxed, and then as a result, our labor force is being taxed to try to keep up with this. Hopefully that answers your question a little bit,
Mike,
but
so Mike, if I understand, you're saying it's actually not necessarily the installations at the residences itself, it's the infrastructure to deliver electricity to those. And just for everybody's, the reason why I'm allowing this question is because we have an expert that said some things. We've already tabled the proposal, so we're not discussing that proposal, but we're about to discuss another one that has a similar effect, perhaps on the grid. So that's why I'm allowing the question at this point. So this is kind of, I guess, a pre-discussion on the next proposal, which is the heat pump, the water heating one that Sean is about to present. So thank you, Mike. I guess.
So can I provide a little bit of a clarification? As far as IBEW is concerned, I mean, we're basically doing all of the work from generation to where the wire goes into a meter on the side of your house. After that meter, that's another branch of the IBEW with electricians and things like that. So your big power lines, substations, generation, the electric grid itself is where I'm speaking of.
Yep.
And so, because the more you put on, the more houses you build and the more that you put of a load onto that meter is going to go on to the overall electric grid. And those are the points that I'm speaking to. And hopefully that helps clarify that a little bit.
That's great. And it sounds like what we need some state programs to keep people from going to California so that we have, I mean, the state has set out an energy strategy to do more electrification. And I guess it sounds like we need a corollary to make sure we have the quantity of electricians in 77 to meet that state goal.
And also we don't want to compromise our safety and our training. I mean, our training is so key and so important. We can't take shortcuts in that. And I mean, these things take time, and so all of these things have got to be taken into consideration.
And I have one more question. You mentioned that you stop at the panel. I assume 200 amp panels are pretty standard. So from a utility and from your work standpoint, you don't actually mind what's in the house, right? So you have to provide enough power to satisfy a 200 amp panel, even if someone has one 120 volt circuit off of it, or if they have full heat pump, water heater, electric water tank. So how does this specific electrification proposal affect your service to a 200 amp panel?
I mean, right now, a lot of 200 amp panels and just those types of designs are, most of them are equipped knowing that there's also, you might have a range in a hot water heater that's also got natural gas going into the building or the residence. And so those systems are designed, okay, a 200 amp panel is going to be equipped, and it's got a little bit of cushion in there, a little bit of room. And a lot of our bigger residences and stuff like that, there's actually a lot more 400 amp panels that are going in, and newer type constructions. I mean, it depends on the house size and the overall load that the customer needs. But when we start transitioning from fossil fuel into more electric, then some of these older components, some of the older 100 amp and 200 amp panels are not going to be equipped. And then those costs and those things are going to be shifted onto the customer themselves to upgrade their equipment. And then how that transitions on the electric grid. Okay, now all of these transformers that are on power poles in everybody's backyards, they're all going to have to be upgraded. Wire sizes are going to have to be upgraded. When you make bigger wire, you're going to have to put in taller poles. And this starts transitioning all the way through the transmission side of things. You can't just put in new wire. When you do, it's bigger wire, which takes taller poles. And so now we're having to literally rebuild the entire infrastructure.
Okay.
Shell, can I speak for just a second about that? Just a second, please.
Okay, you have a short amount of time. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
1 second.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Anyway, last year was the first year that we've had significant brownouts here in Spokane. And
1 second's up.
And the problem is what's happening now. We're seeing the effects of what's happened in Spokane, that the demand on the electric grid from this code is causing what we're having. And it's just the start of the wave. And we need that power, especially in the coldest time of the year, to keep people from freezing. And we don't have it at this rate. So thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Yes, go ahead.
I have a question on the phone, and it's similar but different, and it is related to the same NIA study, and it might be appropriate now.
What I'd like to do is go to the proposal, have Sean talk about the proposal, and then we can get back into this whole grid issue, because I know there's a lot of people that would want to speak about the grid issue itself.
Okay, my question's not about the grid, but
okay, we need to move on to talking about a specific proposal before we continue the discussion. So I know a lot of people want to speak, including you, Mike, and I want to hear you speak, but I want to be talking about a proposal before we continue the conversation. So let's look at this proposal. Sean, I believe also convened a few people to talk about this. So I want to hear from Sean about it, and then other people who are part of that group to talk about this.
Hey, I have a point of order real quick.
Go ahead, Andrea.
I would just like to ask and or remind people that following SBCC's guidelines for public testimony and the rules of conduct, that any disruptive comments should not be made while someone is speaking. So if we can abide by that, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, go ahead, Sean.
All right, thank you. So yes, we've held a separate convening of interested parties for this proposal as well. And like with the other one, we collected as many concerns with the original proposal as we could, and we addressed as many of those as we could while still maintaining the fundamental point of this proposal, which is to advance the energy efficiency of the code, particularly in light of what we have seen with the code studies and past code cycles, where the existence of code compliant natural gas equipment is dragging down the overall performance of the code just because of the lower efficiency levels that's inherent in those equipment. So this proposal has been modified in a couple of really key ways. I think this one is more significantly different than the other one is, and it's important to pay attention to that. I think one of the biggest concerns that we heard was that in low-rise multifamily, where you generally don't have a central water heating system, you generally have individual, this isn't an absolute, but generally incorporating a heat pump water heater does have a series of challenges associated with it. You know, the cold air needs to be managed. We just saw a proposal go through where requiring that heat pump water heaters be, I think I'm capturing this right since I wasn't able to attend this part of the meeting, but heat pump water heaters in conditioned space, you have to manage where that cold air flows. If you are venting, there is additional cost for where that gets vented. So while there are design and technological solutions to all of the issues of integrating a heat pump water heater into low-rise multifamily, they create additional complications and there are more market barriers to that. So in response, we have limited the scope of this proposal to 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhouses, where we have more space, where those issues can be dealt with more easily, and we don't have to have such a big impact on the way that we build these buildings. In line with that, we've added a new exception, exception number 3, that would exempt dwelling units that are 1,000 square feet or less of conditioned floor area. So this would be ADUs, tiny houses, because they're going to run into basically the same issue that low-rise multifamily dwelling units run into, these space constraints, how you manage noise, cold air flow, and all of those things. So we're really only looking at the larger dwelling units that we see in single family homes, where this is far easier to deal with. We have eliminated, because we're now limited to only single family, that allows us to eliminate the previous exception 4, which is high temperature, because you really only would have seen those in the quasi-institutional occupancies in R3 and R4 anyway. You wouldn't be seeing that in a single family home, so we don't need an exception for it. We again eliminated the exception for other heating systems as approved. And then we just made some modifications to the supplementary heat for heat pump water heating systems. We talked about this at the last call, but we made it absolutely explicit that if the heat pump water heater cannot meet hot water demand, there was a concern about the impact on homes with larger families where demand could really spike. And so for any home that has a larger number of occupants where that could be a concern and the first hour could be problematic, we've just made it explicit that, you know, we have these standard exceptions, but we're really looking at, you know, if the heat can't keep up. I think a lot of the concerns that we heard around heat pump water heaters effectively meeting the needs of homes, each one came down to design issues or installation issues, picking the wrong heat pump water heater with the wrong tank size, setting it up with the wrong settings. We are confident that Washington's plumbers are smart enough to figure out how to install heat pump water heaters correctly so that they meet users' needs, because they can meet users' needs as the technology now stands. So we don't think that that's really an obstacle. Really, we're only looking at if there's an unusually high demand from those particular buildings. The big, I think, really novel thing, if we scroll down to the table. So this is table R406.2. It was a little bit hard to show this as both a change to the proposal and a change to the table. So I hope that this makes sense to people. But what we've done is we still do want to incentivize heat pump water heaters in multifamily, even if we don't mandate it. And right now, table R406.2 makes a really big assumption, which is that the water heating fuel type follows the space heating fuel type. And that assumption might be true, it might not be, but it just makes, as this process of developing this table has been explained to me, that's part of the assumption behind it. So what we've done is we've split out space heating and water heating, taken some of the points from space heating and given them explicitly to water heating. This also helps us capture the impact of heat pump water heaters versus just electric resistance water heaters. We used the version of the table that the TAG approved at the last meeting that changes this table. This same fundamental approach could be done to the original
table if something goes wrong with that proposal and it doesn't go through. The fundamental approach really works either way. And what this does is this, really clarifies that it ensures that homes only get credit for fuel normalization for their water heating if they're actually doing it. And it also then gives fuel normalization credit for heat pump water heaters differentiated from electric resistance water heaters. So this just involved, adding space heating to the existing things. Then if we scroll down, adding new criteria for water heating that just follow the same pattern. We used a division of points of about a quarter to a third. I think we might have had to go to half in one point, but I think in general about a quarter or a third to just roughly represent those loads as they relate to each other. And if you can scroll down, there's not a change to this section, but this is a really important section. A lot of the concerns that Mike Brown brought up about infrastructure capacity were focused around existing buildings. This specifically, like the space heating proposal, exempts equipment replacement. So this would not require electrification retrofits. We are really only talking about the capacity impact of new construction, which, as we've seen from the study that Henry was, the NEA study that Henry was referencing, is already for single family homes overwhelmingly electric for water heating. So we're really only talking about finishing that market transformation curve for new construction and not having a big impact on the infrastructure by converting a lot of existing buildings. So I think that that's a really important thing to keep in mind. We're already largely there. This proposal is about how those market transformation curves work. You incentivize, you incentivize, you incentivize, and then you mandate. We are at the tail end of the market transformation curve. This is the time to mandate so that we don't lose the ground that we've gained through incentivization, and so that we can begin to incentivize other things and not continue to incentivize this. And also it makes sure that we don't lose ground. I get at least one mailer a week from my local gas company trying to convince me to take my heat pumps out and install natural gas equipment instead. So there is a fairly significant cultural push to continue to put gas equipment in. And so we could see where we stand right now with the NEA study. We could see that backslide. So this ensures that we don't see the market transformation reverse. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Thanks, Sean. I guess, are there other people who were part of the group that Sean convened that want to add to what he said? And then I'll open it up for other comments.
Oh, I forgot one last thing. We also removed the electric from heat pump for the exact same reasons that we did on the other, with the exact same implications. I'm sorry. Now I'm done.
Okay. Dave Balon. Dave, I can't hear you if you're talking. I think you're the David up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I got muted somewhere in there. Yeah, there's a few things to say here. The first is we probably are a little premature in saying we've transformed the market. We've transformed it. That is true. But we have done it with incentives and performance requirements. And it's true that if we roll them back, that will probably be less effective. The second thing to say is the normalization table was not done with pooled fuel types. It's all done based on space heating. All of the additional incentives that might have occurred as a result of carbon or whatever, or efficiency in water heating, is based strictly on water heating. So that in principle, at least, the option table already takes into account the incremental changes from heat pump water heaters or from any other kind of water heaters that are appropriate to the efficiency. But it isn't true that we actually use the water heating in assembling the normalization table. The third thing is that I'm kind of torn on this proposal, but I'm concerned that we actually need to have at least some time to unscramble what is going to happen with these heat pump water heaters. The way that this has been modified, it's essentially taking out all the marginal cases that are the reason that we're not getting 80 or 20% of the market right now. Mostly smaller buildings, not so much multifamily, but smaller buildings that have a better chance of arriving at cost-effective response to the 406(3) table than because of the reduced requirements for those building sizes. So I'm kind of interested in hearing more about how this is going to improve the saturation of heat pump water heaters, because I think what we've done here is we've already made that sort of maximized, and this proposal in particular doesn't actually change the incentives to use gas water heating equipment that exists elsewhere, that exists because of the size of equipment, but mostly because the kind of incentives that we've, the kind of performance incentives we put onto heat pump water heaters has sort of avoided several of the areas that have already been exceptions in this case. So I'm not quite clear that we've done anything here.
Was that your last point?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Mike Brown, you're
up. Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit there towards the end. Sean had made some comments and things about just some statistics or maybe some data or some talking points that he had there as far as the load on the electric grid. Back to the last agenda item and even to this a little bit, I wanted to kind of speak to that. Some of the comments that I've made in this today has been a holistic view. Heat pumps and water heaters, that's only one piece of the pie. I mean, there are a lot of other types of conversations going on as far as electrification. You get into EV charging stations and different things. Okay, what are those impacts onto the grid? And also some of our population growth. I mean, we've got to take into consideration Spokane and Kootenai counties over here on the east side of the mountains. Statistically, when you look over the last 4 or 5 years, I mean, we've had significant population growth. When you keep that into consideration and also keep in mind some of the other comments that I made about how long some of these projects actually take to actually get stood up, I mean, designed, permitting, and actually built, some of these transmission projects can take 10, 15, 20 years to actually get through that process before construction actually goes into play. And okay, so, but those are being designed on various trends and different things that we've seen at the time. I mean, transmission projects that we're starting today, those talks started 10 years ago. Well, that was before some of this population growth, right? And so now there's a lot of different factors that have got to be taken into consideration. I understand some of the directions of where electrification is going. I can appreciate some of those things, and I highly appreciate all the work that everybody's doing. But I just want to emphasize there are so many other points that have got to be taken into consideration, because we're going to put a lot more demand and a lot more pressure onto this grid. And this grid is already, towards its upper limits as we speak. And we haven't actually implemented some of these things that are being talked about yet. So just wanted to comment on that and just kind of put it out there for everyone's consideration. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. I have a quick question, which is, and this is us in the chat, is, we expect buildings to be 1% perhaps to 2% of all buildings over the course of a code cycle. So it's not adding drastic amounts of load, but we do expect EVs to really ramp up based on projections and what I've seen. What increase in the grid challenges do you see based on EVs versus new buildings?
EVs is going to be significant, and even bigger than EVs is going to be data centers and things like that. Some of these data centers that we're hearing about, I mean, anywhere from from 80 to 100 megawatts. And so to paint a picture a little bit, I'm going to throw out there's a very large hydro dam in northwest Montana called Knoxon Rapids, and that hydro dam puts out 100 megawatts. And then we're talking about building data centers that are going to take 80 to 100 megawatts. So essentially, it's going to take an entire dam just to power one data center.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
So
Thank you for that.
This puts a lot of stress on the system.
Yep. Totally appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr.
Larry,
Joe, can I ask a clarifying question from Mike?
Sure.
So you guys, you've said a couple of times a lot of additional load. We didn't quite get an answer to that question before about the 200 amp panel. So if homes don't have a larger panel than they currently have, and a study that we did for New York State shows that you can do cold climate homes built only to 2021 IECC, so not even as efficient as the Washington code, with EV charging on a 200 amp panel, because it's, you know, relatively efficient home. So in Washington, we should be able to see the same thing. This is on a 2,400 square foot prototype. If the panels don't get bigger than 200 amp, is there still an infrastructure impact upstream?
So when you got to keep in mind, I mean, okay, some homes are going to have some EV charging stations, but we're also going to have EV charging stations along the highways and different things. And so, I mean, we're talking about a lot of charging stations doing a lot of different things. I can speak to like Spokane, for instance. Yes, there's some 200 amp panels. There's a lot of 60 amp panels.
In new construction?
No, not in new construction, but as far as when we start.
So this proposal is for new construction.
And we start moving into, like I said earlier, I'm trying to speak on behalf of a holistic view of, it's all of these different pieces of equipment, EV, data centers. I just basically wanted to speak about the electric grid itself. I am not an electrician. I'm a journeyman lineman. I work on the big tall poles and the big tall towers and stuff like that. I'm not an electrician, so I can't really speak on behalf of all of the integral details as far as what an electrician does. But I can't.
But this isn't about what the electrician does. I guess I'm trying to get a clear answer. You've made several comments about grid infrastructure impacts from the load of this proposal. And so I'm trying to sort out, you keep talking about the grid impacts of other things. And I really want to get down to, are there grid impacts from this proposal that would really make it not possible? And if the grid impacts are negligible or minor from this proposal, does that mean that we need to address the grid impacts of EV charging along highways and data centers in the fora where that happens? Are those grid impacts really something that stands in the way of this proposal? I guess that's why I'm really, because your testimony keeps coming down to grid impact of this on the infrastructure, I'm really trying to get down how much of that is due to this proposal.
Okay, so let me give one example of some things that we are seeing. So a brand new housing development is being designed. Okay, no houses are built yet. Contractor goes through, digs all the ditches, lays all the pipe and wire in those ditches, and that when that's designed, right now it depends on the development, but let's just say that there is a development that's got all your communication stuff, your Comcast, all your stuff, your electric and your gas. And part of that development and part of that design is a certain amount of load in that particular residence is going to have some electric load and it's going to have some natural gas load. And then, but because of some of these things, that current development that is being under construction right now, as far as the wire size, the transformers, everything was designed to have a companion there. And then when that developer or people that are building those residences choose not to use the natural gas and they're going to go to electric components, the current infrastructure that is actually being built as we speak today, there's workers out there building this type of infrastructure. Those transformers and that wire was not designed to take on an additional thing. So to answer your question, yes, little by little, you're going to see actual impacts to brand new construction as we speak. Just because the infrastructure was not designed for it.
So I guess that comes back to the other question. If it's a 200 amp before this and a 200 amp panel after this, because this can be accommodated in 200 amps, does that have an upstream infrastructure impact?
On the 200 amp panel in the exact, in the house, that's, can it withstand it or not? What that transformer can actually put to that panel, because one transformer may serve 4, 6, 8 houses. Not each house does not have its own transformer. A transformer serves 4, 6, 8 houses. If all of those houses are now having a different type of load, the 200 amp panel can withstand it, but it is additional load. It comes back onto that transformer, and then the wire feeding the transformer may not be adequate size, so on and so forth. And now we're starting to see infrastructure demand and infrastructure impact.
So the transformer sizing is based on knowledge about what happens on the other side of the 200 amp panel?
Yep. Those load calculations have to be submitted by engineering and everything like that, as far as what the, you know, what the forecast is on that particular residence as far as load. Those load calculations have to be submitted to the utility for overall design of the infrastructure.
All right, thank you.
All right, this is great discussion. I am going to limit everybody to 1.5 minutes now. We have lots to cover, and Larry, you are up.
Okay, and I want to go back on this. The problem with our area here is our load's based on 50% gas, 50% electric, and it's been that way for years. And now we're shifting almost to 90% electric and 10% gas. And that's a huge shift on the grid. And that's why we're having the brownouts that are coming and have happened. And then the other thing with these electric heat pumps, as your cost rises for electricity at the 13-cent mark, it becomes cheaper to heat with gas than it does with these heat pumps. I've already run the calculations, and you're going to be into that 13 cents a kilowatt real quick because of the amount of electricity that you're using now in each and one of these homes. And then on the panel thing is, if you were to amp your panel normally with a gas house, you might have 20 amps on that 200 amp panel right now. But when you amp the panel, when you put that electric heater on, you've more than doubled it, because that's going to be pulling about 25 amps. Okay. And those are the things that when you start adding them all up, and then you have extreme conditions, is when we have the problems, because we don't have the power to supply this right now. And,
Hey, Larry,
thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrea.
Yeah, I'd actually like to defer my slot to Jack Haroon, if that's okay.
Sure. Okay, Jack. Go ahead, Jack.
My apologies. I'm a little bit of a rookie at this.
So
a couple things there. I think, Sean, one of the things from a building standpoint that bothers me is there seems to be a fundamental lack of understanding between panels and load. And just because a panel, as we add on the building side, that incrementally, like that, the system is not designed for everything to be on all the time. So there's extra space there. One of the things that we're running into right now as we're I typically build, 2,500 square foot homes and infill developments. We're having to upgrade transformers in existing subdivisions just to meet the current loads. And this is even when we're taking down houses to build new houses or a house with an ADU, because of the additional load increase on the system. So each of these, none of these proposals that we're looking at are just a standalone, because we're looking at, stoves going from gas to electric. We're only at 3% of the car use right now is electric. Most all of my clients are planning on upgrading to electric vehicles. So we're having to make allowances for that. So it's not just we can't look at these elements as just in a single vacuum. And I think that's my biggest concern is we're looking just at one proposal in a vacuum. Additionally, is this the same code that was requiring
All right, Jeff, your minute and a half is up. Do you want to, can you wrap it up really quickly?
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify, was this the same one that was requiring the heat pump hot water heaters to be within the conditioned space? And is that still a thing?
I believe that was a different proposal.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Jack. Next, I have Mark Sniffen.
Yeah, my concern is twofold, and I'm going to comment real quick. I'm a master electrician and electrical inspector, 22 years. It is the actual connected load, not the size of your panel. And there is a huge shortage of not only electricians, electrical inspectors, building inspectors, all the supporting people that help the industry build. But the main point I want to have is that last meeting, we moved forward a proposition to change the amount of energy credits. And we moved that forward as a base energy credit. And now every time we come up with these proposals, we're modifying the table and the credits. So for instance, the windows moving to 0.28 and the water heaters moving to, indoors, and all of these things that we should be offsetting the amount of additional energy credits to make it feasible to be able to build these houses. So it seems like there's a great amount of correlation that we have to have on all these proposals because they keep affecting more than one portion of the code. And I think it needs an overall coordination sometimes when we go to wrap this up to where that additional energy efficiency credit table reflects all the changes that we're doing while it's being developed.
Thank you, Mark. I think that's an important point, and I would hope this tag would revisit the number of credits if this proposal or the space heating proposal passes.
So can I respond to that very briefly?
Very briefly.
Keep in mind that the credits that are available in the table are for above code heat pump water heaters. And this would not require an above code heat pump water heater. It would only require a federal minimum. So those additional credits would still be available because you could still go above code.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I actually have two questions. I'll try to make them quick. So the first one is with regards to the responsibility of the tag. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the tag is responsible for looking at each individual proposal and evaluating it based on its merit. And, what is the value that that proposal brings? Does it address all the details that are necessary so that it's enforceable? So there's that. And as much as, there are many, many other factors that are coming into play in this discussion that's been brought up with regards to, the ability of the infrastructure to be able to support this. And yes, EV charging is a big part of this. However, that's a bigger discussion. And so I just wanted to bring that up, that is what we're trying to do, I believe right now, is just what are the merits of this proposal that will be considered as part of the overall package. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then the other question I had, and I appreciate the comments that were made about, what we're talking about is the actual percentage of new construction over the course of this code cycle. Like, how much of a increase on the infrastructure, electric infrastructure, are we really talking about? And what I have not heard is that for these new home construction developments, is there any infrastructure requirements for the natural gas that is being proposed? So we're talking a lot about electricity, but what about the natural gas? And I've not heard anybody address if there are any added costs that are associated with expanding the natural gas infrastructure, if that is what is incorporated into the developments. Thanks.
Right. Thanks, Lisa. Dwayne, you are next.
Thanks. Peculiar that we're having this discussion about grid impacts, but I guess we have to have it eventually. I think the presumption in the state is that the grid capacity is growing by about 1% a year, and this change would make it be more like 1.1% a year or something. If the first houses under this new code go into come online a couple of years from now, it would mean 12 years from now we'd have maybe 8.8% growth instead of 8.0. I mean, it's a modest change, but note that Seattle City Lights annual load and peak load has been decreasing year over year, every year for I think 12 years now. And even though we've had this huge population increase and huge increase in built square footage, so that is due to the fact that additional efficiency in the existing building stock and in new buildings has been driving down overall electric growth, such that there's negative growth, and that actually counterbalances a great deal of the additional load that'll be put on through these thermal things. So this is a very small load that's going to be coming on very gradually over decades.
Thanks, Dwayne. Exactly at 1.5 minutes. Todd.
Good morning. I will try to be quick. I just have a few things. First, there's been a lot of talk about grid impacts. People mentioned electric vehicles. The Pacific Northwest National Lab has done a good study on the impact of adding 1 million electric vehicles, which is currently the state's goal by 2030. They note that just to meet the electric vehicle demand, we would have to increase imports from other states, most of which would be natural gas. They also note that during the summertime, much of that increased demand would come during peak hours, which would potentially double the cost of electricity during peak hours. So understand that that is the context.
I'm thinking that I could probably.
Is somebody, I'm sorry.
I think somebody's not on mute.
Okay, I didn't know if I would.
Yeah, go ahead, Todd.
Okay, so that's first thing. I just think that this needs to be understood in context of a situation where we are already talking about running out of grid supply and having to import more and an increase in energy cost due to EVs. Second, one thing I want to make clear is that this policy is justified based on climate impact, reducing CO2 emissions. The assumptions for the reference case, if we don't do this policy, were made in 2020. Since that time, we have established a hard cap. So the reference case that is being used to judge CO2 emissions is literally illegal in Washington State right now. Whether we adopt this policy or not, CO2 emissions are required to meet those targets. So there is no incremental improvement in CO2 reduction with this. So what you have to ask yourself is not whether this reduces CO2 emissions, but whether the increased costs associated with this are worth it to smooth the transition, which I think is speculative. But I just want to make it clear that the primary justification for this being reducing CO2 emissions is no longer valid since the assumptions were made in 2020 and laws have changed significantly.
So Todd, I guess you said something was, your time's up, but you said something was illegal, and I guess I'm trying to figure out what was done that was done illegally.
So the reference case that is in the study, that is in the projection. So when you're looking at the life cycle costs of CO2 reductions, the reference case used to compare the reference case to this proposal is now illegal. So under any scenario, the state will have to reduce its CO2 emissions by a certain amount. This proposal would not increase CO2 reductions because we already have to meet those targets. So you're not making, the decision being made here is not based on climate benefits because there are no marginal climate benefits of this policy.
Okay. I think I understand what you said now, and hopefully everybody else does as well. Max, you are up.
Terrific. Thanks. Can I share my screen?
Super briefly, yes, the clock has started. And everybody who is not on the tag, please introduce at least your affiliation.
Yeah, so hello, everybody. My name is Max Menken. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of a company in Bothell, Washington called Modern Electron. And we're developing decarbonization solutions primarily for buildings. And we're actually part of Bill Gates' decarbonization strategy overall. And we really believe kind of four things, and I'll tell you why I think this is important. One is, as you all agree, and I think we all agree on this, we need to eliminate CO2 emissions from every sector, and this needs to be done ASAP. But we also need to recognize that decarbonization solutions need to be affordable, practical, and deployable ASAP, and there's not going to be any silver bullet. And one of our considerations that we'd like to table for this is that rather than mandating a specific technology, for instance, a heat pump for new buildings or existing buildings during retrofits, we actually focus on a metric that measures CO2 or warming potential from energy use in that building and mandate that we lower that. And so what Modern Electron does, and the reason that we're proposing this, is that we make a solution that actually decarbonizes natural gas.
Max, right now we're considering a certain proposal, which is based on a heat pump water heaters. And this, I guess, I'm trying to figure out the relevance of this. Your time is up, really close to being up.
Yeah,
about 5 seconds left.
The primary relevance
is relevant. Okay.
Yeah, the primary relevance is that heat pump water heaters are not the only technology solution to decarbonize energy use for space and water heating. And we would encourage the committee to consider making technology agnostic codes that achieve the goal of decarbonization, but rather don't mandate specific technologies.
Okay.
And so we wanted to make the committee aware of additional alternative technology solutions that also decarbonize without significantly raising costs or imposing grid load, and so on. So that's the real relevance.
All right, and just to be clear, the mandates for this, the council are to reduce energy use by 70% by the year 2030 within the code, commercial code and residential code. So that's the mandates. There is a kind of a peripheral decarbonization mandate for the council, but it is not a direct mandate for decarbonization. So just to make it clear for everybody, and I can post the RCWs in the chat if you want. All right, Patrick, you're up. You have 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to address Mike Brown's comment regarding the grid. All new construction houses get a 200 amp service. A standard house usually uses about 2/3 of the panel. I have 2 houses in 2 locations. Both my panels are maxed out, including an extra 50 amp quad. The utilities have to size their infrastructure to the total load capacity of the panel. And to back up what Dwayne said regarding Seattle City Light, as all of my apartment projects in Seattle City Light, I do the heat loss calculations, and Seattle City Light, because that's the heaviest load, takes those and loads them into their grid. And the only time in probably 25 years that I've got any pushback from Seattle City Light regarding loads and infrastructure was projects in Pioneer Square, where the grid system is quite old. So I don't think we're pushing anything on the grid. Plus, heat pump water heaters use about 30% of energy compared to standard electric water heater.
Thanks, Patrick. And Andrea, you are up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of to Johnny's point in the chat, for the same reason as tabling the last proposal, I would like to make a motion to table this proposal as well to Tuesday.
We have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Who was the second?
Patrick.
Patrick. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to table this. We have a second for it, so let's just do a roll call vote. And Krista, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Oh, sorry, I apparently unmuted and then muted again. Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Stiffen.
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't tell what that was.
That's because I wasn't sure. I'll say no.
Wade Craig,
Aye.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
Jonathan, we can't hear you.
Sorry, my thing was off on a different screen. I thought you heard me. My apologies. I'm going to abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
Amy Wheelis,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh.
Yes.
Motion fails 10-7 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion fails. The next person on my list is Greg.
Good
Greg,
timing. I motion we vote on this proposal.
will please restate the motion? Are you saying to pass the proposal?
I am motioning that we vote to pass this proposal.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second, this is Gavin.
I heard Gavin with a second.
Correct.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to pass the proposal as on the screen today. I'm going to ask for further discussion. I'm also going to limit people to 1.5 minutes. Greg, do you have anything to say about this proposal?
Just 2 quick things. Heat pumps, heat pump hot water heaters, lower energy use when you get the high efficiency ones. And I hear a lot of discussion about the grid and scarcity of energy, which I think is a related but different issue. And I want to be careful we don't confuse that. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Greg. Poppy.
Yeah. Hi, I guess I'm just reiterating some of that and just wanted to confirm that this issue of the grid impact of building electrification was looked at as part of the 2021 Washington State Energy Strategy. And that is the most comprehensive analysis to date of the interconnectedness of these issues. And it recommended building electrification as the most strategic and lowest cost pathway. And it also is not projecting an increase on the residential side in electricity use over the planning horizon through 2050, and that includes electrification of many loads on both the existing and new construction side. And mainly that's due to the increase in efficiency in electric resistance across Washington State. So we are not seeing in that comprehensive study an increase in the electric load on the residential side.
Thank you, Poppy. All right, next up we have Henry.
Yeah, as a person who's going to have to amend our 406 table per most of this other proposals, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to strike the modifications to the fuel normalization table as part of this proposal on the grounds that the fuel normalization has been focused on space heating with some broad-based assumptions on water heating in these houses. And if heat pump water heating is now required for all homes, that actually gives a consistent CO2 output across our assumptions when making this table. And so it actually would simplify the calculations that go into this fuel normalization. And then we would adjust the R406 credit table to only honor efficiency savings over a federal minimum piece of equipment. So honestly, if this were to pass, that would simplify the fuel normalization and create it stronger as it's currently proposed in my R406 proposal.
Okay, so Henry is, I assume, making a motion to amend the motion to approve this, which is a motion to strike out the modifications of the R406.2 table. Is that correct, Henry?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second for this?
I'll second it. It's Mark.
Okay, Mark is seconding it. Does anybody else want to speak on this particular motion, which is not to approve the whole thing, but in fact just to amend the proposal to include this? And I'm gonna, I guess, let Sean speak first because he's the main proponent.
Based on the reasons that Henry gave and the discussion of R406 last time, I would be completely fine with that modification. I don't think it matters whether it's friendly or not, but I would consider it a friendly modification and I would be fine with it.
Okay, thanks, Sean. David.
I think the only thing that's useful in these edits is the clarification that space heating in all these cases. I think that's a good change, but I'm fine with otherwise striking it.
Okay, cool. Gary.
I didn't have a comment on this current amendment,
Okay.
so
Then
if you want to
let's-
move forward, thank you.
Yep. I wrote down everybody's names before this, so after this passes or doesn't pass, I'm going to call on the people in order in which they raise their hand. So Dwayne, do you have something to say on this particular?
Yeah, the motion was made kind of quickly and I don't see what the change would be. So I just need to know more clearly exactly what it is being proposed.
The motion is to amend the main motion on the floor, and the motion to amend would include striking out the changes to R406.2. So the initial proposal that we considered this morning included changing the R406.2 table to clarify space heating and then split out space heating and water heating. And the motion we are considering right now is to amend the proposal to strike out the modifications to R406.2.
Thank you.
Shell, maybe just a point of order. Sorry to butt in here, but
sure.
If Sean considers this to be a friendly amendment and the motioner agrees, can't we just kind of dispense with that without a vote?
I guess we could. I'm willing to risk a voice vote on this now. Robert's rules doesn't specifically, we're not bound to Robert's rules, but Robert's rules doesn't specifically talk about friendly amendments, as far as I know. So
That's
I'm
fine.
willing to just risk a voice vote just to make sure that we agree on this. So all in favor of modifying the proposal in the way we see on the screen with our 406.2 modification struck out, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, so now we're back to the main motion, which is to pass the amended proposal as it was written. And I have Larry up first. I have Larry, then Gary, then Damon, then Mark Sniffen, then Wade is the order of the hands that I saw up. And also Mike Kennedy, you had said something earlier, and I want to make sure that you are given a chance to speak, because I see you're on a phone, so you can't raise your hand as easily. So I'm going to give you the spot after Gary. Does that sound good?
Okay.
Okay, so Larry, you're up.
What I was thinking, and I was hoping someone might make a friendly amendment, was that all gas water heaters with what's going on here, I mean, all electric water heaters, that instead of having an electric water heater, if you're going to use an electric water heater, let's make them a heat pump water heater and still allow the gas water heaters at a higher efficiency to be allowed. I mean, you've already gained close to 80% of the market already. And when you make that kind of gain, you're already far surpassed where we are already. And,
Larry, I
and
believe, not to cut you off, but I think gas heat pump water heaters are allowed in this proposal.
I'm not asking for a gas heat pump. I'm asking that if it's an electric water heater, that it's a heat pump water heater.
Okay.
Instead of allowing electric water heaters to be used, but still allowing gas water heaters to be used for gas. I mean, you've already got 80% of the market. You've already far exceeded where you wanted to be. And this would be a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Gary.
Thanks, Chell. I'm opposed to this in its current form because it really, the false premise here is that electrification is the only way to meet the state's goals and to decarbonize, and that basically banning the use of gas equipment is the only way to meet those goals. I do not believe that to be true. As a matter of fact, NEA study, at least on the commercial side of things up in Washington, did show that you can meet the state's goals by still maintaining and utilizing gas equipment. NEA did a similar study in Oregon, showing that on the residential side, you can still maintain the gas system and gas equipment and meet Oregon's goals, which are similar to Washington's goals. I might point out also that first cost and operating costs both go up in this particular proposal, according to the original proposal. And so it's not cost effective. And I know that it quote unquote doesn't have to be cost effective, but the fact is it's not cost effective. And finally, I might be more amenable to voting on this if we added an exception to allow high efficiency gas water heating equipment as an exception in this particular proposal. And so I guess with that, I would make a motion to add an exception that would state gas water heating systems with an efficiency not less than 0.80 UEF.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to amend the motion and not less than what, Gary?
0.80 UEF.
And what's the federal minimum?
Federal minimum is 0.62, basically.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay, who was that?
Patrick, I second.
Patrick seconded the motion, okay. I guess now we're discussing this particular motion. So I'm gonna go back to just people who are raising their hands right now, because so after we work on this one, then I'm gonna go back to people speaking on the main motion, which is to pass this thing with whatever amendments the TAG feels comfortable with. Okay, so the people I see up with hands up now are Sean. So go ahead, Sean.
All right, so I wouldn't consider that a friendly amendment. Gary brought the point up during our conversations, and we considered it, but when we look at the difference between 0.8 and even the federal minimums for a heat pump water heater, which is around 2, that is a significant allowance backward for efficiency. And also when we look at the tables and we look at the NIA study, we find that higher performance gas water heating is, already happening when gas water heating happens. So I think that our goal is to really bring up the efficiency of the main body of the code, and this is a tremendous opportunity to do that. And this allows at least part of the market to maybe not stay as low as it might have been, but to still stay considerably lower than what we're trying to achieve for this. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean. I have Amy up next, but Amy has her hand down. So Amy, if you want the floor, you can have it. Otherwise.
No, Sean addressed the question I had. Thank you.
Okay, then Damon, you're up.
Thank you. These are the same comments I was going to use on the main motion, but this amendment is equally as applicable. We're currently building in Suncadia and Tumble Creek over in Cle Elum. They've got another 3,000 to 5,000 lots that are undeveloped. There's probably another 2,000 plus unbuilt. I've reached out to Suncadia by email to get an exact number on those that I can bring forward at the next meeting. PSC does not have the capacity to fully electrify Suncadia. So prior to building, you sign an affidavit saying that you will only use natural gas for heat, domestic hot water, and fireplaces. You cannot use electric for any of those 3 items. If this passed, then come July of next year, all of those lots would become unbuildable. They start at about 300,000 and go up from there. There's been a massive growth in Suncadia, Tumble Creek from the King County market with people working from home. They've moved to the other side of the mountains. The vast majority of those homes are still vacation homes. And as such, they have on-demand gas systems for their water heating rather than keeping water warm when there's nobody there. So that's a very efficient way to operate in Suncadia, especially when the temperatures are below freezing for 6 months out of the year. So I'm just saying that this would have a massive impact on a major development that can simply not be able to switch over to electric. That's my conclusion.
Thanks, Damon. Dave Balon.
Yeah, this amendment basically guts the purpose of the proposal. In effect makes the best thing you can say about it is that it makes it so there's a minimum gas efficiency required of 0.8, which of course violates the federal standard. It makes it so that there is no point in having an efficiency credit for at least the middle range of demand water heaters that is now worth 0.5 point on the option table, and you'd have to take it out because it's now required if you're going to use gas water heat. It is not well thought out at all. And the main point is gut the proposal, and if you think you should gut the proposal, vote against the proposal, but don't put this kind of relatively silly amendment that just sort of refocuses the amendment so that it doesn't actually do anything. That's
Dave. Larry, I have you up next. And I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. This does get us to our targeted amount. Okay, this gives us a good 10% more than what we were, and a good percentage of these gas water heaters instantaneous would go at 95% or 92%. And this meets our targeted glide slope to where we're at. Plus, where we're already seen the immense amount of hybrids being brought in, we're already meeting it as it is. And so this proposal really does meet. It reduces energy, it reduces carbon, and it's a nice step in between. Okay, it's not this giant leap, and this is what we need to do. I mean, we need to give builders and people a little bit of a choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Gary, you're up.
I think we wanted to give Mike a shot here, didn't we?
Yes, Mike Kennedy, if you want to speak, you have the floor.
Well, I wanted to speak on the main motion, not so much this one.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
I mean, I would speak in favor of flexibility of the builder. I guess going back to the NEA study that found, basically the 2018 code has caused a huge shift in both water heat and space heat to heat pumps. I think we've succeeded beyond our wildest dreams in the last code cycle. And I kind of think that, and I think we've ratcheted it up a little bit more in the new points credits table. And I'm not sure that the rigidity of this is worth the extra effort. And I think one thing to keep in mind is we have this 70% goal, and that's been evaluated by Ecotop, Building Code Council and Ecotop, and I don't believe they accounted for any fuel shifts in that. And even though it clearly was pushing fuel shifts, it was probably the biggest measure in the code, it was not evaluated. So I think if you take account of the shift that was found by the NEA study, we're actually probably pretty comfortable to where we need to be.
Thanks, Mike.
That's all I have.
Thanks, Mike. Gary, did you have something additional to say?
Yeah, and I'll try to make it quick. And although Sean believes this is backsliding, I would say that, maybe he believes it weakens his proposal, but inclusion of this exception is not backsliding. It still advances the code. And so it's not backsliding. I would also say that including it here as an exception does not get into preemption issues. And finally, I do take a bit of an offense when somebody refers to my amendment as a silly amendment. If you don't want to agree with my amendment, that's fine, but don't appreciate, snarky remarks like that. So thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Sean, you're up.
Yes, to address the point, I don't see this as backsliding from the current code. I see it as a weakening of this proposal. And so that's how I want to characterize it, that it is a weakening of this proposal. I do still have serious concerns about preemption, even though it's an exception, because it means that there isn't a path through the code for, the only natural gas path for water heating through the code involves above code equipment. And so that does leave me, NBI, we did help create the whole options table concept back in the 2012 IECC. We've been deep in how to address preemption. And as we have looked at the legal analysis of how you avoid violating preemption, while I am not the lawyer and I'm not the expert, these are the sorts of things that we have avoided because of our concerns about preemption. If something like this does get maintained, then I think, I do oppose having it in the proposal at all. But if something like this is going to be in the proposal, it really should be as high as gas equipment can do, reasonable, with a reasonable number of equipment types. If that means bringing it up to 0.95, I think that would be more reasonable. I know that that's more restrictive, but if something like this ends up in code, I think we need to do better than 0.8. Thank you.
Thanks. You were exactly a minute and a half. Andrea, you're up.
Yeah, I just had a clarifying question. If this were to pass, is there gonna be any change to the credit table? And if not, this is gonna be much harder to get energy credits for builders. And I think
Andrea,
that's
since you asked the question, I think we already heard from Henry, who suggested that the credit table would be updated. Is that true, Henry?
Yes, there'd be, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, great. So we are out of people with their hands up right now. So let's take a roll call vote on this amendment. The motion on the floor, just so everybody's clear on it, is to amend this proposal to include exception 9 as seen on the screen. That is the motion. It's not to pass the proposal. It is simply to amend the proposal before we consider it further. So let's do a roll call vote. Krista? Krista, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Damon Doyle,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Aye.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
Oh, I did it again. Abstain.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickenen,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina Rasputnis,
No.
Amy Willis,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
Henry, I can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah, sorry about that. No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails 8 to 10 to 1 abstention.
Okay, we are back to the main motion, which is to not include this exception 9 in red, but to pass the proposal otherwise. So, Mike Kennedy, did you have something further to say on this?
Well, no, I just wanted to, I guess, yeah, clarify that my comments were directed at the overall proposal, that I really think we don't need this, that R406 has apparently done an incredible job, and we're ratcheting it up slightly so that I think it'll do an even better job. And I think also that same shift in heating systems really changes how much progress we've made to date in a positive manner. So I'm not sure this is really needed at this time. So that's my statement.
Thanks, Mike. And I'm just going to say that overall in the past energy code, there has been maybe one pathway to get to the stay on track for the 70% energy use reduction. And this is the first cycle in my memory that we've actually had multiple paths to get there. So I think it's a new day in energy code world in Washington. Damon, I had you up next. I don't know if you have further things to say.
No, I just, we need to be aware. I mean, Suncadia is only one development that is required to have gas, and it's a necessity. They just simply can't switch that many lots over to electric. And we're talking billions of dollars worth of property over there. So this would have a major impact on that and possibly other developments.
Thanks, Damon. Mark Sniffen, I had you up next to speak on the main motion.
Yeah, I wanted to make a suggestion that when we do introduce something that requires more electricity, and I think we do need to look at the additional energy efficiency credit table. I'm especially concerned because we passed someone that increased it by 2 points overall. But how about if we take something and increase the amount of credit you get for solar to help offset the grid impact of these electric vehicles and electric heat pumps, and really encourage the solar aspect of it. So that was my comment.
Thanks, Mark. And just so that, I guess my understanding of it is that we have, the credits are generally roughly about a certain amount of energy in the credit table. So I guess what you're suggesting is we increase the maximum amount allocated under solar, because we do cap that. The people I have next up are Wade, then Andrea had her hand up, and then I have Senator Wilson.
Yeah, this is Wade. Hey, just as an installer, and I just pulled up a heat pump water heater, major brand, requires that the unit be installed somewhere where it's 40 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which I've heard a lot of talk about putting them on a deck or in a room, which kind of is going to kind of violate that. It also says to provide at least 1,000 cubic feet of air around the water heater, which means it's got to be in a fairly large room in order to get the heat transfer. Combine that with the fact that the compressor on the heat pump unit itself is basically non-serviceable. If the compressor fails, you replace the water tank. So your cost of failure on that is significant. It's not something that you can really service. And because of the nature of a heat pump water heater, you also eliminate any sort of recirculation system from that consumer choice. So there's some challenges associated with building and putting these in. I'm not going to argue the efficiency or the carbon savings, but from an economic impact to the builder and the home buyer, I think it's significant.
Thanks, Wade. I have Andrea had her hand up next. But
yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the credit table is doing a good job of getting people to move towards this technology. And I don't know that we're there yet on the supply chain front. And to kind of bring in the conversation of solar that was referenced earlier is our federal government is currently investigating China and on the tariff issue. And so imports on solar panels has basically stopped, and they don't know when those are going to start up again. So I would just caution everyone on the tag to be aware of variables that exist outside of Washington state and the wider market in general when you're assessing these proposals. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Senator Wilson.
Thank you. As I listened to all of this, and specifically what Damon just said about Suncadia, and there's somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 lots that would basically become unbuildable. And so I guess I'm thinking that this TAG committee needs to consider all the repercussions that it's going to have on not just these lots, but a number of lots across the state. And here we are in a crisis for affordable homes and being able to build them at all. So these lots will become entirely unbuildable if they cannot do what the PSC is requiring. So I guess I'd like to, okay, and so the response in this chat bar here is that Suncadia is not affordable. Okay. You can make that case if you want to, but there are people that will move up into the homes in Suncadia, which make the homes that the people that are living in now affordable to those below them in the ladder below. So you have to look at the whole process here. So I am concerned about maybe the legalities here, making these lots unbuildable. Who's going to take who's going to be responsible for that?
Thank you, Senator. Sean, you're next. And Sean, you're on mute.
Because I put my hand down instead of hitting unmute. To respond to the installation, we've already had a proposal go through about including it in heat pump water heaters in conditioned space. So I think that is addressed. Keep in mind that it doesn't have to be in a room that is of that volume. It needs to have access to that volume of air, which can be handled through simple venting, actually. I mean, simple venting of the room. So we're talking door louvers, or through venting kits. So I think that we have solutions to that where we can put these in spaces that are just big enough for the water heater itself, with just a tiny bit of intelligence about design. And I like to think that the designers in Washington have at least a tiny bit of intelligence, since I was trained as a designer. I think for an important thing to keep in mind with, if we have lots that can't, be developed. So we heard that these were second homes. So I think that is or primarily second homes. So I think that is relevant. But we are also looking at, we do still allow gas, so it would still be possible if that equipment emerges. And then I think the final thing is, I wonder about when we have a utility who is restricting the choices of lot owners already, whether that should be the argument to step away from this. If this does go into effect, then the utility would be the ones making this those lots unbuildable. So thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Patrick.
Unmuting. Sean, regarding spaces, water heaters, and getting outside air and venting, if these water heaters are inside the building or in habitable space, having screen vents and all that defeats the sound abatement. Right. Is also required because they're noisy. So that is not a automatic option, depending on the space. And somebody put up a comment in chat regarding that Suncadia is mostly for second homes for rich people. I take offense to that. A lot of people are working from home, living full-time on the other side of the mountains. We kind of have a new world order since COVID, and companies are adapting. My daughter works for KPMG. She's a CPA. She can work in any state, anywhere she wants. Just has to get the work done, beat the deadlines. She could live in Suncadia full-time.
Hey, just trying to figure out
Thanks, Patrick. I think it's time to vote on this. So Krista, do the honors. I'll remind you, the motion is to pass this proposal as written. So Krista.
Did we modify this proposal a little bit?
There was a motion. Okay, yes, as written and as modified, which strikes out the modifications to R46.2. That's the motion on the floor.
Thank you.
There was a motion to amend it that did not pass, which was to add another exception 9 in there. Yep. Okay, so Krista.
Damon.
Nay.
Mike Fowler.
Yes.
Mark Sniffen.
Nay.
Dave Craig.
Nay.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
I abstain.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Amy Willis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No, due to number 9.
Okay, just to clarify, your answer is a single word, yes or no. You cannot add a commentary, Patrick, and everybody.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
Chell Anderson.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-9. With one abstention.
Okay. Thank you all. Great discussion, good commentary. We are going to move on to the next proposal, which is a minute. This was 66. Did we cover 67? I have 67 on my, oh, we moved, did we
We
move?
moved it.
67? Okay, yeah.
So
Then,
we're now on to 88.
okay, 88. All right, Lisa, you have the floor. And Patrick,
Great.
your hands up, just so you know.
You put the proposal on the screen, that'd be great.
Working on it.
Thanks, Krista. Great, thank you very much. So my name is Lisa Rosno. I'm with Evergreen Technology Consulting and the author of this proposal. We did put this proposal together after collaboration with a group of folks who are all interested parties in this particular topic.
Hey, Lisa, I realize we're 2 hours in and we should probably take a break. Sorry to do this.
Oh, that's all
after
right.
before Lisa, but let's take a 4-minute break. So 10:42. Let's come back at 10:42, or yeah, 10:42. Sorry about that, and everybody. But,
I'll refresh my coffee. That'll be good.
okay. All right. See you all in 4 minutes.
Thank you.
It's National Donut Day. Welcome back. Lisa, you have the floor.
Everybody, Jill?
What was that?
Did you bring enough for everybody?
I would buy pizza for everybody for lunch, and I would also buy donuts for everybody for just being here and contributing to this amazing conversation where we discuss so many amazing things. But I didn't bring enough for everybody. But I did have a donut background for my screen for a while. All right, Lisa, you have the floor.
Great, thank you very much. So the purpose of this proposal, it's with regards to the air leakage testing provision in the code, and the 2 additional details that we are recommending is that whoever is providing the testing, the air barrier testing, that they have a minimum requirement or required certification that's based on ISO 17024, and that certification be by one of the several accredited certification bodies that are available within the United States, And so we're basically just requiring that somebody be certified, those that are doing the actual testing. And then also to add some credibility to the outcome of the test. We're also requiring that the test have a location and time verification or stamp on the test itself that just makes it clear, the date of the test and the actual location of the test, and that the results of the testing be provided to both the building owner and the code official. So that's my proposal.
Thank you, Lisa. Quick question, which is, are there lots of certified testing agencies in Washington? Or is this a new thing?
Yeah, I guess that is a good question. How many of the folks that do testing in the state of Washington, how many have actually gone through the process of receiving ISO 17024 certification? I don't know the answer to that question, but that is information that could likely be acquired by one of the national agencies like AABA or one of those other organizations.
Okay, is anybody on the call of the experts here that can speak to this? Larry.
The question I have is how many testing people are there out there to give this test to all these people? I mean, we're talking thousands of homes and buildings here, and we have a hard time as it is getting people out to test to get it done. And by stepping this up, if we don't have a means of training these people and getting this certification, and then what would be the cost of such a certification?
Yep.
Anyway.
Those are my questions too, Larry.
Okay.
And I was asking anybody who.
Mike Kennedy on the phone.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, I'm a energy gadfly. Mike Kennedy, work for myself. I also do blower doors on the side here in Fort Townsend for code. And I sympathize, I guess, deeply with the goals here is to get better air leakage tests. I think it's pretty clear there's a fair amount of, cheating going on, is my suspicion. I have definitely been told by a builder who stopped using me, who's also a rowing buddy, said, well, you failed us on 2 houses and we can't have that at the final closeout. So they're just going with a different tester who they don't get failed by. And I think there is a big problem or conflict of interest in most of the people doing testing out there are contractors that are serving as the insulator or installing the HVAC on these projects. And they have a large vested interest to not have this little test upset the builder. So I believe there's some issues going on there, and I'm not sure this proposal addresses them. My concern about the training is, as best I can tell, that ISO standard is a standard for trainers, not for testers. So you have to find a tester who is doing some kind of training related to air leakage who has that certification. There are some national outfits that do, traveling roadshow kind of trainings, and there may be an organization in Bellingham that does it. They did not respond to my questions. So I don't know. I tried to query them about a week and a half ago. But the testing, it appears to be either $1,000 if the Bellingham one pans out, and they do one just on blower doors. The national ones usually include it with energy auditing, and it can be $3,000 or $4,000. So I had concerns there. The concerns on I also have concerns on the time and location, which I'm in favor of in a way, except I even went out when I talked to Michael Lubliner about this idea. I actually spent the $1,500 to buy the brand new meter that would do this. And it turns out it doesn't do it if it doesn't have cell coverage. there's actually no reason, it should work. I mean, because it has a GPS that's not tethered to cell, but it does not actually work, and it's by a major provider of blower door equipment. So I can't do that if I don't have cell coverage, which at least up here is pretty common.
All right, thank you, Mike.
So I would want to have some guidance about what verified meant, I guess, here. What exactly do we mean by verified?
Okay, thank you. Jason, you're next.
Thank you. So I did have very similar concerns as what Mike just brought up as an HVAC contractor and somebody who does blower door and duct blast testing. So I am concerned about the verified location and timestamp because that's going to cause a lot of testers to have to get a whole lot of new equipment, if I read this correctly. So that is something I would be concerned about. I do think it's definitely that is a viable concern that cheating's going on. I mean, as somebody who does this, I guess I have a little different view. Is I do look at this as a means to measure our own performance and our own level of quality, that we're doing a good job. Now, if there is a lot of people that are actually out there cheating, I mean, as somebody doing this, I would be completely open to looking at making it be a requirement that it's just a third party. And, it's been mentioned, I think somebody brought it up on the chat about HVAC contractors testing their own systems or insulation companies doing the blower door test. I would be completely in favor of having a third party so you get a lot more transparency about what the homeowner is actually getting or what the builder is getting for their money. But as far as making it a required timestamp or something like that, where we actually have to go out and buy new equipment or something like that, I would not necessarily be in favor of. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Good testimony. Wade.
Yeah, as a HVAC contractor who also does lots of duct and blower door testing, I'm not, the broad brush of cheating being done by people who are testing their own stuff, I think is a bit out of line, because we do take pride in doing that. But I do think that there are some opportunities out there for things to slip through the cracks with some companies. But I've been trying for a week to gather information, text, email, to try and find out who is accredited to ISO 17024, and so far, no response. If there are companies or trainers in Washington, I'd love to know who they are. The third party, I've done some third party testing for builders who the HVAC contractor was not certified through WSU's program, which I think is the ruling body right now in Washington. And that is a cumbersome process in that you're testing, trying to solve someone else's problem, notifying them, having them come repair, retesting, and that process can go on a number of times. If the people doing the testing are the ones that are responsible for fixing their own work, it's a much more fluid and done at no cost because it's our responsibility. So third party and ISO doesn't seem to work for me.
Okay, thanks, Wade. And I guess just a question for Lisa. The red strikeout language, where required by the code official, testing should be conducted by approved third party. Is that already required in the code, or is that something that you proposed and then struck out?
No, that's the current language in the codes, where it does say where required by the code official.
Okay.
Yeah, so it gives the code official the option
To require that. Okay. Do you have any sense of how many code officials or how many jurisdictions require that?
I do not, but I will say that this proposal was submitted in cooperation with Mike Lubliner, who at the time was, in charge of the technical support program at WSU. I welcome WSU's comments on this proposal too, because it kind of follows through with what they were proposing. And then I will use this opportunity to make one other comment, and that is that on the commercial side, I'll use that as an example. We do hear through tech support from contractors who, for lack of a better word, end up competing against non-code compliant contractors, where they're submitting bids for work for, let's say, a lighting system, and they end up competing against another contractor who perhaps does not include all the required components for controls in their lighting system, and the non-code compliant contractor wins the bid. And from what I understand, this issue does occur when it comes to air barrier testing. And so I completely empathize with the gentleman who spoke earlier, who's a reputable contractor and who takes pride in their work, and would not submit erroneous documentation for this. However, they are competing against those that do. And so the purpose of this is to try to level the playing field for everyone who's doing the work.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Larry? And I'm keeping everybody.
Yeah. What we found is it has to do a lot with how much wind is blowing on the building at the time. I mean, we've had one test where the wind was blowing about 30 and we didn't even come close. And then I got him back out on a day where it was under 10 and it passed fine. And so I think that has quite a bit of bearing on how much wind is hitting the building. And so I'm thinking that we should have a little something in there about the wind, okay? Because it makes a huge difference when you've got a good 30-mile-an-hour wind blowing against your building, and then you try to do one of these tests, and that could be why people are failing. I mean, that was glaring to us out in the field. We don't do the test. I have a third party come in and do the test, and we had them come back out, and then it all passed, and I was standing right there watching, and they did the same thing over. So that's my take on some of this air testing. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Can I respond to that statement?
Please do, Lisa.
Yeah, so that is exactly the point of requiring that whoever is conducting the testing has received certification, which would indicate that they've gone through the training process and all that, because there is criteria about when to conduct a test. And I completely agree with you that the criteria does not recommend testing when the outdoor conditions are not conducive to do so. And so it's a very good example of where having an individual who has gone through that extra training process could improve the quality of the test results. That would actually be a benefit to the owner as well.
Thanks, Lisa. Patrick?
I'm going to vote no against this. All my experience with these is very little single family. It's mostly with low-rise multifamily. And on every one of the projects, we are doing airtight drywall on the ceilings, which is a bit of a process, but they're all doing it. And my group does hire, they don't hire low dig testing companies. They hire ones that I think, we were talking about code compliant, whatever, and every single building passes. And we don't have any issue with the people that are doing the testing. And most of them were trained by WSU. I don't see that there's a problem. So I'm going to vote no.
Thanks, Patrick. Damon?
Thank you. Yeah, I too I was certified to test 12 years ago. I've tested hundreds of buildings. Like myself, I went through the PTCS program. That's the BPA's program. I think that's the vast majority of blower door and duct testers out there. That was conducted through WSU, and then went on to go through ResNet as well. I looked at the ANSI certified database here. It's the ANSI National Accreditation Board to find out who is offering this certification, and there is nobody currently in Washington State listed in their directory. And in fact, only 24 states have certification bodies listed. So I would speak against the proposal.
Thanks, Damon. That's great information. All right, Greg, you are next.
I believe WSU does this kind of training and a lot of other building science training. I know I've sat in on one of their classes, so that's probably a resource for blower door testing training.
Thanks, Greg. Gavin.
Yeah, I just want to speak out in favor of this. As our code continues to make progress in future years, we are going to need to make more load reduction measures rather than these mechanical improvements and such. So I think we need qualified testers, and we need an ASTM rather than just a certificate that says you're going to do it right. So I'll be voting yes on this.
Thanks, Kevin. Dave Balon.
Yeah, I mean, I should point out that there's always been enforcement issues in all sorts of parts of the code, and we hope that the certification or that the building inspectors can deal with that. The idea of this is to provide the building inspectors with at least an official document that would certify, if you will, the values of the blower door test. We just lowered that standard. Well, I guess raised that standard to 3 ACH 50. Up until now, that the 5 ACH 50 was designed to make it so on average, builders would pass even without any particular effort. Now that's not going to be true. And if you go to the larger, to the options tables and get even more tight houses, it'll be even less true. So while I'm not so sure that we can avoid people cheating from time to time, I think that having a certification and a documentation that can be handed to the building department, he can say, yes, I see, that's right, will be a significant improvement.
Okay.
I got Mike Kennedy on the phone, has something.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just want to clarify, this standard is not a standard for blower door testers.
Right.
The standard is a standard for trainers training anything. And so the school has the certification. You could take any class from the school. It may or may not cover blower doors, and you could say you went to a training that was certified by this standard. So I think there's some issues there. The other thing is the state does not.
Reading between the lines, you're saying that testing could not actually be conducted by a testing agency certified by I guess, okay, so you're saying
you could be trained by an ISO trained or certified trainer.
Yeah. Okay.
But you don't actually get a certificate that says, hey, I'm ISO this compliant. You'd get a certificate that said, hey, I passed energy auditing 101 or blower door 204. The other thing is the state does not actually really offer a testing for blower doors. Their main testing is oriented towards a duct leak test. They do handle some blower door. I mean, you do a blower door as part of that, but it's primarily a duct leak testing thing. Anybody can do a blower door. They don't have to go through the state training.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask a question of Jonathan Jones or somebody else.
I think this.
I would make a motion to disapprove. This is Patrick.
Okay, you don't have the floor, Patrick. But I sympathize with getting this one done. I guess I had a question for Jonathan Jones or somebody at WSU that does WSU trains a lot of people. Is WSU certified by ISO 17024, or could you easily be? Have you looked at it?
So I literally texted my director. I'm only in 6 months of employment with Wazoo. I've been a subcontractor for quite some time, so I don't have the answer readily at hand. So I have asked for it while people were already talking. I'm going to assume we do have quite a few certifications. We do currently maintain the state's registry and training for duct testing. There's currently no state requirement for blow door testing, so I often refer people to the ICC 380 standard. And with that, this language would need a little bit of cleanup, such as the ResNet 380 standard is a multi-point test requirement, and so the single point specification would need to be removed.
Okay. Thanks, Jonathan, for answering my question. I guess I sympathize with Patrick's motion and the idea that a motion probably should be made. We've had lots of testimony on this. But you need to have the floor to make a motion. So Dave Balon.
Sure. I'll move that we accept this proposal as written. If for no other reason than WSU, if they're in any trouble, they'll get their ISO certification. And I'm sure they probably already have it somewhere. So I move that we accept this proposal as is.
This is Greg. I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Further discussion, and I'm going to call on people in the order in which I saw their hands up. I guess Dave Balon, do you have further?
No, that's it.
Okay. Then Mark Sniffen was next.
Well, I was going to make the motion not to accept this on the fact that we don't have enough information. And I think we need to have, how can you do a cost analysis on something that we're not even clear how many places there are, how much it costs. Is there a cost analysis on this proposal?
Crystal, I'll let you answer that.
So I don't see how we could move this forward without a cost analysis and now knowing the number of training organizations, and I don't think it has enough information myself. So I'm going to vote no, but I don't even think we should entertain passing this myself, but the motion's been made, so I guess I can't do anything.
Yep. Thank you, Mark. Lisa, you're up next.
Thank you. And I do appreciate all the information that's been shared by all the participants here. And as I mentioned before, this was a proposal that was it was proposed by Mike Loveliner over at WSU. He's no longer there.
Mike Lubliner's here.
Oh,
Sorry.
Mike, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Can you kind of fill in the blanks and some of the questions? The biggest question right now.
I just walked in, so I apologize, but I can help.
Is WSU certified by ISO 17024? Do you know?
Yeah, so this is language that was shared with us by Teresa Weston, who's working on this for the IECC. And I believe that is the correct ISO for third-party testing, such as the ABA training that we did in Washington. There's another one coming up. So that ISO 17024 is the requirements to be a how you go about getting a certification program in place, such as the ABA certification program.
So is WSU certified by ISO 17024 as a training agency?
So ABA is certified under the program as by ISO 17024. And they were the ones that we have been working with for 2 years now to roll out a training and certification so that blower door testing in Washington under the code would have some sort of certified training. And we wanted to make sure that anybody that offered training had some sort of a ISO equivalent training curriculum. The ISO involved having to come up with a whole bunch of curriculum review, testing, It's a fairly extensive certification body, and Laverne and the advisory group started this project in Washington State for the sole purpose of getting folks that are doing low-rise residential multifamily with some sort of training and certification when they go out to do these testing.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome. Good timing is everything.
It is. Okay, so Damon, I have you up next.
Mike, would those of us that were PTCS certified more than a decade ago, and those of us that are ResNet certified, would we automatically grandfather in?
I thought the language had, Jonathan, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I thought their language had the ability to include raters that were involved in ResNet.
The language is in the exception if you believe it exempts the requirement of the testing, the certificate organization. So if you read the exemption section, it does have a ResNet ICC 380 testing, as well as the ASTM E7079 testing standards. There are other testing standards in here that can be done as an exemption from the look of the document.
What about PTCS, which makes up the vast majority of our testers?
Sure, but PTCS was a heat pump commissioning and a heat pump duct sealing, and that is accepted under duct sealing requirements already for duct testing.
Okay.
The gap that we were trying to fill with the ABA was the low-rise multifamily, which is a much more complicated test than single family. So when Jonathan and I talked about this, we talked about under the exception that's right there for dwelling units that are accessed directly from the outdoors or other detached single family. I mean, I think the intent here is that if we adopt this, it will provide the flexibility so that people that have taken the ResNet training would be qualified. And I think we would encourage them to want to get up to speed on the ABA, but I don't think it would be a requirement. And I think Jonathan answered the question for you, Damon, on the PTCS. That's more focused on the HVAC equipment, but that skill set is necessary as well.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. That's awesome to have you on the phone with us. Andrea, you are next on my list.
Yeah, I think just hearing what Mike was just talking about, I still need to process that, so I'm gonna forego my question. Thank you.
Okay, Larry, you're up next.
My question's dictated to Mike here. So the body that I'm reading here, it says the testing shall be testing agency certified. So it looks like to me that this legislation is about getting your company or WSU, who's we've used forever, is going to get this testing. But it doesn't, to me, state that the tester is required to have this certification, which I think is really what you're trying to provide, is that the person doing the test would have this training done by this qualified agency. And I don't see that in this writing. So I'm seeing that the testing shall be conducted by a testing agency. And the way I'm reading this is that WSU needs to have this certification to provide, but in the body here, it doesn't, to me, look like that the person doing the testing or the company would have to have this special certification. And then the other thing that I really call into question here, nothing wrong here, but I didn't think any proposal could come forward that didn't have a cost analysis, and that's
so Larry,
part.
Let me speak to that just really briefly. I want to be very good cognizant of time here. So there's a short form and a long form. The short form is for proposals where there is believed to be coordination, clarification, corrections, and not I don't know what the threshold is, but not extremely noticeable cost impact. And then there's a long form.
But this is going to be costly, Shell. I mean, this isn't a cheap thing. I mean, you got man hours to go to this class. It's probably pretty close to an all-day class. So you're going to have to pay the man there. You're going to have to pay for the class and do all this. So this isn't just an editorial change. I mean, this is a significant cost. And the other thing that's got to be here is we've got to have the ability to get all these people through this test and have this happen by next year. And that's another problem I see with this is having such a short time frame here. Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks. And I'm going to ask your questions most just directly to Mike and Jonathan Jones, perhaps. And that is, so the exception covers people ResNet certified. So in other words, you wouldn't have to do anything in 402.4.1.2 if you meet the ResNet accreditation or certification or the class. And I guess the second question is, and I guess confirm that that's true. And the second question is that if WSU has conducted classes for someone in the past, can they now inherently get it to be certified by ISO 17024? Can that person or agency get certified by 17024? Or do they need to retake a class? Mike or Jonathan, can you?
Yeah, so I can answer that and then address Larry's questions. So the first question is that basically at the okay, let me see. Can you repeat the first question? I just got sidetracked.
First question is that the exception says the exception says testing should be conducted. So
right,
the exception is if you're ResNet certified and testing a certain type of unit, you don't have to do. I assume it's an exception to the entire 402.4.1.2, which requires the ISO 17024. So in other words, if you meet the exception,
that's
you don't have to be certified by ISO 17024, correct?
Yes. So the intent was that if you're doing single family, or that you would, the original intent was if you're doing single family, that the ResNet certification would apply and you wouldn't have to do the additional cost associated with the one training that I'm aware of that meets ISO 17024, that being the ABA training. And this is why we did this way and didn't specify ABA. ABA is the Air Barrier Association of America. They are training people in the Washington State Commercial Code. The trainer is RDH. They're doing training for commercial high rise. And the problem so to answer your question, the equivalent training for ResNet ICC 380, if you have that meets the exception. And so the answer is yes, you could have the ResNet ICC 380 training that we do, WSU do, Jonathan does, and those are the people, or you could, and particularly if you're going to be doing multifamily, would want to think about getting this ISO approved ABA training. The problem that we're solving here, getting back to Larry, is that right now, anybody can walk in with a blower door with absolutely no training and conduct these tests. And that's what the jurisdictions have been talking with us on the hotline, and other raters that have the training have been coming in and telling us it is the Wild West out there. People are writing the same number down on every apartment. There is, as I say, if you've watched our training classes, there are liars, there are outliers and there are out and outliers. And what this effort does is to try to get more certification through an ANSI or an ISO certified process that would give you the skill set necessary to do the training and hopefully reduce the issues that we hear on the phone about people gaming these tests.
Okay.
Thanks. I hope that.
Thanks, Mike. And I guess because the specific question is, so if lots of people have taken WSU's training and WSU is ISO 17024 certified or whatever accredited, will all the people who've taken WSU training in the past get this certification now so they can continue doing blower door tests? Or does everybody who needs to to comply with this now need to go out and take another $1,000 to $2,000 to $3,000 course.
Yeah, good. Oh, so I'm going to defer to Jonathan. Let's define what we mean by WSU training. Okay, that's the important thing. The training that we're talking about is for ResNet certified energy raters. Okay? It's not training on how to test ductwork and get on a list. It's that specific training. So then I will hand this off to Jonathan to explain on who's on there and what they have to do to do to.
Do you understand my question, Jonathan?
I do. There's actually a pretty wide base of energy auditors or verifiers or HERS raters, whichever term the industry wishes to label them with, throughout the Pacific Northwest. The downside is most of them don't typically pay ResNet membership fees on top of their usual dues. So they don't show up in searches very often if you just search the database. But if you get a hold of large companies like the former DPIS, which is a provider and HERS rating operating company in the Northwest, as well as Wazoo offers a providership, the Bears also in the Northwest. So there's several companies that provide this ResNet 380 training standard. As far as code below order testing goes, there is currently no class. I've been deferring people to a 5-minute YouTube video and read the 380 standard because there's also been no requirements. There's no certification process for individual testers at this point in time in the state.
Okay, so it's hard to be certified by an ISO 17024 body. Is that what you're saying?
It would be currently right now, as the market sits, it would be somebody who would have building science education of some sort through like BPI, ResNet, or some similar home certification organization.
To get the ISO 17024.
Yep.
Okay. And I guess the question.
So the way this was written up top, it says testing shall be conducted by a testing agency that is certified by an ISO accredited certified body. In other words, it has to be an ISO certified body that trains the testing agency to do this. This is what the language above says. I would just like to clarify that because it's been said the opposite several times publicly.
Yep. So it's not about the tester having an accreditation. It's about the
company that's going to do the education has to be certified to give this testing company a certification. So in other words, Wazoo, Bear, I don't know, FSEC, take your pick, all these educators, NREL, anybody who does education, as long as they're ISO 17024 certified, they could provide the training that's necessary to issue this test team result certification to these individuals. So it's not a Wazoo specific thing, far and large. It's open to anybody who wishes to go down this path. So any educator who has an ISO certification can develop the certification and offer these trainings.
Okay. All right. Got a lot of education on education here. So thanks, Jonathan. I have Lisa up next.
Great, thank you. And I do really appreciate all the feedback on this. It's been super helpful. So I'm not a voting member today. I'm an alternate. So I'm going to ask a question about what I can and cannot do as a TAG member. Based on all the feedback that I've heard, I think that the one sentence regarding testing could be improved. And Krista highlighted the detail in the exception, which I think is very important, that the allowance of saying that, okay, I've already gone through the ResNet training, which was brought up by someone else earlier. Does that work? Would that qualify? I would say yes. However, the exception only applies to multifamily, so it wouldn't apply to single family dwelling units. And so I guess I know there's a motion on the table to approve. However, if there is interest, I'd be happy to revise that sentence to address the concerns of the people who spoke up during this discussion, so that we can maintain the intent of this proposal, but eliminate the concerns about there not being a sufficient number of people already in the state that have this qualification.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. I guess what I still don't understand in my mind is, would everybody who does all these tests need to get recertified under this if the proposal passes, or would they already be certified because they took it from some entity? I guess that's the real question, because.
Right. Yeah, and I'm going to respond to that, and I'm going to say the intent of the proposal was not to require all the qualified testers in the state to have to go out and get additional training and add cost. That's why we didn't include a cost analysis on this, because the intent was not to add cost. It was just to make sure that those that are conducting the tests do have the appropriate qualifications. And as been noted in this discussion, there are many. And so I think that the language is just causing some confusion around that, which is why we're offering to improve this language in that sentence to maintain our original intent.
Lisa, I would certainly, this is Mike Lublin, take you up on improving the language. I agree. This has brought up some things that could be clarified. And I think Dan Wildenhouse pointed out that it's really the AHJ has the flexibility in the current language of the code to require any kind of certification for testing. And the goal here was really to provide additional support to the AHJ that could say, hey, you're doing a building like a low-rise multifamily. I want to see that you have some certification.
Right.
And that was really the intent here. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. It sounds like the proponent is suggesting a motion to table. Anybody can do anything they want. Damon, you have the floor.
I'm noting in the exception there that we still have the 8.5 feet rather than true volume of the home. Wasn't that something that was changed in a previous tag meeting?
Yes. Yes. So I think we would update that to match the other proposal.
Okay. And then secondly,
does that make sense?
David, this is Mike again, I fully support that change. I think we proposed it in a separate proposal.
Yeah, and I think so. I think that would inherently just be changed. So thanks for bringing that up. That's really important. I guess, Krista, do we need to do anything with that right now, or is that a correlation issue that you can take care of?
That would be something that I would take care of when I'm rolling these all together.
Okay, thanks. Wade, and we could table this point or make any motions we want. Wade, you have the floor.
Yeah, just while we're sitting here, I'm looking up the ABAA. There is a class in September, $2,750, 5-day class in Massachusetts. So I would think that you would need to send all of your testers to that, or I'm not exactly sure how that goes. But you add that, the wages, the transportation, and the additional technology cost to update all of the blower door equipment out there so that it can be date and time stamped. That's a significant investment on the testing company financially. I'm not opposed to a certification, but to specify which one is limits.
Yeah, Wade, Mike Lubliner here. So we're not specifying the ABA training. Actually, though, there is ABA training going on in Washington this month. And if there's a demand, I understand they will continue to do it. As far as the timestamp, this is already in the code, the 2018 code. It hasn't presented a significant cost because somebody can simply take a picture with their cell phone of the gauge. It's not an ideal. And also, if you're using the automated equipment by Retrotech or Tech, it already does that. So that's address the second question, but you are absolutely right. Nobody intends you to go back to Massachusetts and spend a whole bunch of money. That's why ABA started this in the Northwest with the state of Washington, with WSU and King County Housing Authority and RDH and others, so that we could roll it out here. There has already been one certification class, and there will be another one, I believe, this month. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. we've heard lots and lots of testimony on this. The proponent has asked to table this or to consider it later. So I think that would be a great thing to do. But anybody can make a motion that they
Point
want.
of order.
Sure.
So I think alternates can make motions. So could we consider Lisa's comment and motion to table? You just can't vote on it.
Sure. Lisa, were you going to make a motion to table?
Please.
Actually, yeah, I do have a question because isn't there currently a motion on the table?
Yes.
Okay.
What's
So
the motion
can-
on the table? To pass it?
Yeah, as,
Yes.
as
Okay.
as
A motion
written.
to table takes precedence over other motions if it is made.
Got it. Okay, well then, as a member of the TAG, I would like to make a motion to table this proposal for further development.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second to table. That cuts off further discussion on this one. Let us take I'm gonna risk a voice vote on this one. So the motion on the floor is to table this until our next meeting, which is on Tuesday, the next Tuesday from 9:30 to 1. All in favor of tabling this, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I heard one nay, and in my opening remarks, I talked about if there's two nays, then we call for a roll call vote. So motion passes. This is tabled, and we will reconsider it next Tuesday. Thank you for all your discussion. All right, we are on to the next item, which is my agenda is out of order because we changed it. Lisa, combustion air and fireplaces.
Mhm.
81. You have the floor, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. This one hopefully will be a lot quicker. Okay, so the purpose of this proposal, it's just a rearranging detail. Currently, the requirements for combustion air openings and fireplaces and gas fireplace efficiency is kind of oddly placed. It is currently kind of buried in the air leakage section. And so all we're proposing to do is to move combustion air openings and fireplaces further up into the code and out of the air barrier section, and to move the gas fireplace efficiency requirement into with all the other like mechanical type requirements. So it's just a reorganization of code sections for clarity.
Thanks, Lisa. We have 3 people with their hands up, but the hands have been up for a while, so I'm not assuming that you need to. Amy, go ahead.
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Krista, you could choose which one. Seconds. Is there further discussion on Mark Sniffen? You have your hand up.
Oh, sorry, that's a mistake.
Okay, no worries. Does anybody want to speak for or against this motion? Okay, all in favor of approving this proposal, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, dispatched with speed. We
Thank you
are
very
on-
much.
Thank you, Lisa. Making things clearer and easier to use is always a good thing. I think we are on to additions. This is WSU Energy, and I will leave it up to WSU Energy to decide who is going to speak on behalf of this one.
Yeah, I'll take care of these couple of the additions and the remodel. All right, so let me read from them because we split these into 2. I just want to make sure I speak only to this one at this point in time. Okay, so we were looking to help with an industry issue of small additions and how they were placed within the energy code. So for instance, what it created was a hardship in certain situations to comply with energy code provisions with additions, such as when someone creates a 95 square foot bump out for like a front porch entry, or, you know, something very small. Like I know one individual had bumped out his bathroom wall by 10 feet. I'm sorry, a total of 10 feet. So it was just out 2 and across by 5, right? And so he was like, how am I going to comply with this energy code? Like I'm only changing 10 square feet. And so with the spirit of this and how difficult it has been, we wanted to create an exemption path of 100 square feet or less that the AHJs could use for these difficult additions is the intent behind this proposal.
Thanks, Jonathan. Are there any comments on this proposal? Damon, go for it.
So essentially, we're going from an exception of 750 square feet or less down to 100 square feet or less?
Roughly a 10 foot by 10 foot square area, yeah.
No, I think you had a different question than that.
Yeah, it looks like we're becoming 7 times more stringent.
So it was the exemption for duct testing is what's being changed here. So that way, if you're larger than the exemption, you'll have to deal with the sealing of existing ducts should you modify your duct systems and such. So in the exemption, it talks about 100 square feet or less. The ducts exemption has been taken away, and it now says duct systems that are documented to have been previously sealed as confirmed through field verification and diagnostic testing in accordance with procedures of the Wazoo RS 33. Existing duct systems constructed, insulated, or sealed with asbestos. So it's given exemptions into situations where if it's not safe, don't touch the ductwork.
And then for our 406 compliance, above 100 square feet up to, what is it? There's
500 square feet.
Up to 500, you have to get, what is it, a credit and a half or something?
Correct. And then above that is to 1,500 square feet, which is the 3 credits in the current code system.
Damon, did that answer your questions?
Yeah, I'm still reading through here. I'm trying to fully understand what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I think what go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say, we get numerous calls on the hotline, as you mentioned, Jonathan, from people that are just doing a bump out or a bay window, and they're having to find 1.5 energy credits, as Dwayne noted. And so this was an attempt to clarify that the expense of, especially if you're talking about the house already having all these efficient things that you would be getting the credit from, you can't use those credits to get because, and so people that have a brand new home that they did a bump out a couple years later are having to find credits. And it just seemed like people's heads were exploding. They were screaming. They were going to the legislators, to Jesse Jones. This is why we did this originally. We tried to come up with a reasonable intent on small additions, and we just shot it at 100 square foot. We worked with the NIA group on additions to come up with something that was, we thought, reasonable.
This is well, this was a problem in the last code, was that, you know, you bump out 5 square feet, and if you don't have any windows in it, you know, there's very few options to get to 1.5 credits. So this exempts those from the entire R406 section. So I think that's the problem that's being remedied by this. Mark Sniffen.
Yeah, 2 statements. One, I don't know why we said they're not heated by electrical resistant heating. So you're telling me if I have my bedroom with my wall heater and I bump it out, I have to do something else, or I have to introduce some other kind of heat? I'm not sure what the reasoning was behind the not heated by electric resistance, because in older buildings, that's pretty common. And what was the reasoning behind that? Could I ask?
Sure. Without the exemption, you'd be forced to comply in some way or another through your credit selections, which most likely would end up in being some sort of heat pump, like a water heater or a space heater type heat pump unit, like a mini split or such technologies, or some other effort, because they'll usually, that's how they racked up their credits in the selection process, right, through the process. But if you look in the 406.2 chart and you look at electric resistive heating, it's actually a penalty. And again, we're not trying to roll our code backwards. We're just trying to give some relief for those tough additions, especially for those people who wanted to create an office space to work from home remotely during like the COVID pandemic and things like that. We get this was a tough situation and we're just trying to help out, but we don't want to roll things backwards.
Well, as a building official, I get this all the time, and I've spoken on this a couple times, that these are really challenging. And I don't think this is enough myself. I think we need to go re-examine our energy additional points, because I think that was already raised to a higher level for additions. So I like the intent of this, but I don't think it really solves the problem, 100 square foot addition. And I didn't quite understand your answer. Are you saying that if I have an electrical resistant heater in the room that I added a 10 by 10 closet in, that I would have to gain energy points still?
No, the intent is why we did not allow electric resistive heat, because if you took electric resistive heat, you would be rolling backwards on the 406.2 chart. We wanted to create a path that couldn't roll backwards. So we eliminated electric resistive heat as an option for the exemption to this 100 square foot space.
So if I have a heater in an existing bedroom and I put a 10 by 10 addition on, can it remain? I'm still not clear by this code.
How are you heating the addition is the ultimate question, sir.
Well, yeah, but the addition is part of a room, okay? So I've already got heat source there and I add 10 feet to this part of the room. Do I have to look at normalization credits, or I'm very unclear on that?
So I guess
the intent
just to
was
jump in for a second. If it said not heated by new electric resistance, would that address your concern, Mark?
Yeah, that would give me clarity there, but yeah, I think that's a good solution on that.
Was that the intent, Jonathan?
I think the intent was trying to keep with the carbon aspects of things too. And the 406.2 fuel neutralization, it does roll backwards and require an extra credit if you use electric resistive in single family. This is an addition, it is a new load, albeit a small, very, very small load. And it may just wash out in the numbers. The people that I work with to help me try to create this exemption, they have that kind of mathematician brain trust power that I don't have. That load may very well be small enough that it may not be a big enough deal. If any of those people who are in those meetings with me wish to chime in on this, or if they're okay with that exception, I'm okay with it too.
Jonathan, if I recall, it was Luke Howard that added this. It's been a while. And I think that the clarification that Jill made would resolve this. I think that what we're talking about is the intent, but if Luke is on the phone, then he could speak to this if he desires.
Luke, your name has been called. I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I got my hand up too. So yeah, no, the original intent here, and I think Shell's suggestion of added language, as long as the addition is not heated by electric resistance, is the intent. So to allow for some an exception from complying with table 406.3 for those additions under 100 square feet. And the intent is, and the thought was, that those additions are typically going to be attached to a space that's already heated and can handle an extra 100 square foot load. So I don't think if we added the language that said and the addition is not heated by electric resistance, would meet the intent. Jonathan, do you agree?
Yeah, I believe that was the premises behind it, because we were really worried about rolling Yes, absolutely. And then I must also point out that if you read
Joe,
the general
just to be
section,
clear, you said not heated by new electric resistance is a good idea, or you're saying something else is a good idea?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, cool. Thanks. Go ahead, Jonathan.
all right, and then so I also like to point out that it does still have a modeling component to additions as well. So those people who are used to creating user-defined reference homes and have that level of expertise can use the 405 path as well for additions. It's just that path and that expertise is not well utilized in Washington State. And so I do like to put that reminder out there that that path does exist for these additions as well.
Thanks, Jonathan. Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm with a couple of these previous speakers that especially Mark, that this restriction, I think the whole restriction about electric resistance heating should be struck, because if I'm going to pop out a new bathroom that's 60 square feet, adding a heat pump or sometimes extending ductwork out into that is extremely difficult. That seems like the logical place for a tiny addition to use electric resistance heat. And often there just really isn't any other option. If this is a space that has a door that separates it from the rest of the space, then you're going to like put in a new heat pump for a single bathroom. So my suggestion would be to strike the whole phrase that says "and not heated by electric resistance heating."
Okay. Jonathan, Mike Leblanc, is that kind of your thoughts?
I think that works just fine. Again, I would defer to Luke that I think, Luke, you're the one that added it for the reasons. Either way, I think helps. I think that Dwayne's is a clearer, less confusion. We're providing an addition exemption for the situations we described, and you don't have to get the credits in the section 406 any longer for them, regardless of whether we're talking about electric heat or new or old. And I think that the point that there's probably ample capacity of the existing heating system to address that extra 100 square foot would justify just eliminating.
So, Mike, you're in support of or
I would be
okay with it.
yes,
striking it?
I would be in support, but it's really I would defer to.
Okay, Luke, do you have an opinion on this one?
I agree with Dwayne, especially in consideration of a bathroom with a door on it.
Okay.
And the moisture load, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. I'm guessing we have David ready. You lowered your hand. Did you have something to say?
Just support this change, having just done this exact same thing with.
Okay, Larry. Okay, Larry.
I would like to see it increase to 200 square feet. And here's the reason why. A lot of people are living at home, and working at home, and they want that extra room to set up their where they're doing their business. And 100 square feet for that extra room. And when you run the calcs, and if you keep your windows somewhat under control, I mean, you're not going to increase the load anything. And you could surely maybe put a little bit, maybe put 2 inches of foam board around the outside of it. And you're probably right back where you are, but at least you give people room enough to do, because we had one of these come up. And by the time the cost got done, the people said, no, that they can't afford it. But they could have afforded this if that change would have been made. I mean, and it was right at, I think, 180 square feet in that range. And she is living from working from home now. So.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Patrick.
I agree with Dwayne, and I agree with Larry that it should be 200 square feet. And I don't like the use of the English language where it says additions not greater. I think that should be reversed. And if it goes to 200 square feet, say additions 200 square feet or less would be a better use of the English language.
Luke and Mike, do you have something to say about the 200 square feet?
I mean, it's something to think about. 100 square feet is 10 by 10. That's like a garden shed in the backyard.
Yep. Yes, Luke or Mike Loeblein are.
I'm curious to others' opinions. I'm
Okay.
amenable.
Okay. Damon, you're next.
Would support the 200 square foot as well. Gives builders a little bit more latitude.
Dwayne?
Can I make a motion?
Of course.
I'd like to move that we accept this proposal with the strikeout we see in front of us and with the size of the additions increased from 100 to 150 square feet. Just meeting everybody halfway.
I'll second that motion. This is Greg.
We have a motion on the table or motion on the floor. We have a second for it. Is there further discussion on this motion? On the motion, just to restate it, is to approve this proposal as modified with 150 square feet as any additions not greater than 150 square feet, and then strike out of not heated by electric resistance. That's the motion on the floor. Is there further discussion on this?
This is Mike Lubliner. I think that that's a good compromise. We do get, typically it's the kind of people that are upset about this is 100, but I think 150 is a good compromise. Once you get up to 200, as I noted, that's a new room, and that wasn't the intent. So, and I do like the English proposed, but I'll leave that to Krista and y'all.
Okay, we have. Thanks. So I guess I also would like it if it said additions. What did you say, Patrick?
Additions that are 150 square feet or less.
Dwayne, is that consistent with your motion? Dwayne, I don't hear you. Is that consistent with your motion? Is that acceptable?
No, not greater than is really typical code language, and I'd like to leave it that way.
Okay. Patrick, if you feel really, really, really strongly about that, you could make a motion to amend the motion on the floor. But I think that just.
I'm just going to say that I had a better college English professor.
Noted. Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. And then we need to update the square meter size per the chat. So that's a clerical thing that maybe, I don't know, Krista, if you want to just highlight it right now and then update it later. Just so we don't forget the metric.
One other quick note. This is Henry. R406 will have to be updated for 150 square feet as well.
Yes, okay, that's another correlation issue. Yep, because R406 lists that. Okay, all right, so that is the motion on the floor. I am going to risk a voice vote with this thing. All in favor of approving this as modified today, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. All right.
So there's another 150 feet right above your cursor, like 4 lines straight up.
Yeah, there's 2 other places where.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess we would probably need to make a motion to change those because those weren't part of the original motion, and I don't see them as immediately correlating to that. So does someone want to?
Yes, I move that we ask Krista to align the other numbers in this that we see on the screen with the 150 square feet.
Okay, so that would be what's highlighted now, and then the exception for 502.3.2. Is there a second for that motion?
Second, this is Amy.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, good catch. We are on to the next one. Which is,
It's one of my proposals. It is noon. Should we feed the masses?
we could, I guess what is next on here? We service hot water systems, Kevin Duell, who's not here.
I can,
Still have 36 to do.
Oh yeah, 36. Okay, let's do 36 and then let's eat.
and
We're
then
going
Jill,
to today.
Jill,
So
this is Gary. I think maybe we can take a look at, because that was 067, right?
yeah, we're gonna actually look at 503 right now. I was out of order. I was considering the wrong one based on
That's fine. I was just going to say that I think I can probably speak to 067 to see if we can dispatch with it rather than pushing another one off.
I really appreciate that, Gary. Thank you. We're going to cover 036 right now, and then we'll take a lunch break, and then we will get back to that one. So WSU, you have the floor. And David, your hands up.
All right. So I imagine that many people have already either read this document or read this prior to this meeting. So I would like to first point out the intent to the alterations proposal. The intent was to define, for the first time in our code, lines in the sand, so to speak. From the technical code support, we constantly get questions about when do alterations trigger what in what remodels. And so in the process of trying to figure this out, we found out there is no great real firm hard line in the sand that says when a home has technically hit the definition of what we'd like to call like maybe a gut remodel or like a deconstruction process to a certain percentage says it should be treated like a new home or something like that. And so in a weird case that came up, we came across somebody moving a home and attaching it to another home. So an existing home moved and attached to another existing home. And so we started trying to dig through all the code. So this created a rabbit hole where we found that in the moving section of the code, it says there's a 60% of the home is either damaged or destroyed in the process, then it must meet all new codes. And we're thinking, hey, this might be a good spot. You know, when I start talking some AHJs, jurisdictions, building officials, which is the terminal for authority having jurisdiction for that AHJ little acronym there. And they said, you know, generally we have kind of some general rule of thumbs, and that kind of varied a little amongst jurisdictions. But when you added them all together, they kind of typically aligned to what we had proposed here. And so any kind of alteration up to a 50%, we were, you know, it kind of left it for the most part to where if you're going to put lighting in, it had to meet the new lighting requirements. And this was in there anyways in the code sections. It's just that the alterations that replace less than 10% of luminaires in the space must provide alternations do not increase the interior lighting power was stricken. The new code requires all LEDs. So we just align with the language of the lighting of the new code. All right, and so then when it gets tricky, and the intent, and maybe it's the wording that we used from what I hear that confused people. We're looking for something that's deconstructed. Like for instance, one of our most recent technical support hotline calls was an individual that was rebuilding a home that had been burnt down. It was literally down to its studs. And if you follow the entire code process when they rebuilt this home, they pretty much had to meet most of the new codes, except for they didn't have to beef out these walls or anything else. But we're literally down to the framing section of construction. So would this be a gut rehab? And so now we're trying to define that. And so I think I used the term floor area, and somebody was saying, hey, if I'm redoing my flooring and it's more than 75% of the square area, does this trigger? And that is so not the intent of this proposal. The intent of this proposal is to address that kind of gut rehab section where it's not really defined in the code anywhere. And then when you are pretty much building from new construction back, we wanted you to do so. And then in this other area, if you were doing massive remodels, you got sheetrock ripped off because you're doing new wiring or something along those lines, right? This is the kind of stuff that we're after. We think you should do some credit somewhere between 50 and 75% of the remodel. Like, so again, we're talking gut rehabs, not cosmetic swap outs, right? And so we wanted to gain some efficiency while we're there. This is a good time to do it, right? Because at a gut rehab stage, typically most things are open. right? So you can start doing some air sealing around electrical outlets. I'm not saying you have to replace your electrical outlets, but you probably bought some new plates to make it look pretty to go along with the new decor. You could do some air sealing from drywall to electrical box outlets and some things like that. Just if you couldn't hit the credits, which we understand, which is really hard sometimes, we said, okay, you know what, instead, then why don't you hit these two prescriptive items here? This first one is meet 7 air exchanges. And I'll speak to you from experience. This was a very difficult process in some existing homes. When I blower tested my 78 home here in the Tri-Cities, it was 19 ACH 50 to start. So that is a pretty massive overhaul to bring down to a 7 air exchange per hour home. And so with our new relationship with a gentleman who's newer in the NIA category from Massachusetts, he brought forth a study that they had done and proposed into over there in Massachusetts about a 15% reduction in the air leakage when your structure has hit this extreme gut rehab space, right? And so what was happening is like, hey, look, to bring it all the way down, like for instance, my home, 19 air exchanges per hour to 7 air exchange per hour, that so does not make sense. But to reduce that by 15% of that leakage, in their study, it showed it's actually very cost effective. And this also aligns with utility incentives that are currently out there. And because we're not mandating this, they can still offer some incentives out there for you to do this work. The second one is just making sure there's a ventilation system. If the building is so leaky, well, this really isn't that big of a deal. But let's just say your contractors are super contractors, and this is now a passive house level home. We're worried about indoor air quality for the occupants inside. And then there's a couple options. All uninsulated floors, you insulate them, right? So, and then if you can't get the 1.5 credits, you're gonna insulate your floors, you're gonna insulate your ceiling all the way across, and then have a PTCS test done on your house or something like that to seal up your ductwork system, right? So, because for example, again, my 70s home, and I only live in a 1,550 square foot house, my duct system leaked 300 CFM to the crawl space. I had a PTCS class taught here. The reduction was brought down by 150 CFM. And at that point in time, the guy's like, look, we could spend more time here. We could get it less, but the standard's 50%. And for the price that we quoted you, this is where we're going to stop. So they literally brought it down to almost an entire ton worth of CFM of air from going to my crawl space to half that much. So these were just cost-effective measures that we could hopefully incorporate into gut rehab type situation, rebuild alteration type stuff. And again, I'm open to some wordsmithing because I believe the biggest word trigger so far has been floor area. And so if I replace 75% of the floor area, they think like for I don't know, a click together flooring system or something, they feel like they would have to redo the whole thing and get all these credits. And that's not the case. Again, we're looking for structural type area gut rehab situations where they remove these things to make it cost effective.
Good question, Jonathan, or for the whole group. Is there a word that is a better code word than floor area? Just shout it out. Or is floor area a good
conditioned space?
Conditioned floor area, maybe?
See, we were tooling with more than deconstructed as maybe the phrase instead of floor area, like 75% of the floor area is deconstructed. Or living space, living square footage.
That's for conditioned square footage.
Conditioned space, conditioned square footage.
Conditioned square footage. So that would be
well, conditioned floor area is the correct term.
Yeah, so that would be, I think here. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I think that will make it stronger, and so we don't have to debate it endlessly. All right. So I am going to start calling on people. Jonathan, you're done, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Dave Balon has hand up first. Go, Dave.
Yeah, I'm pretty much troubled by this. This basically says if we're going to completely rebuild the house, we don't have to follow the code. And I mean, you've got a 2,500 square foot house. You do 75% of it, it's going to be a little under 2,000 square feet. In all other cases, you would expect that things like the insulation levels and so on would all be meeting R402 and or the options table. This basically says we're going to reduce the option tables requirements by a factor of like 4 for this kind of alteration, and we're going to essentially give most of the important things a pass, even though the entire building is essentially being rebuilt. I've, at least in the past, I've always assumed that when we do this much work, and this has been true in the code for a long time, when we do this much work, we're bringing it to code, period. That's what we're doing. And this says, no, we don't have to do that. We can skate on it. And not only can we skate on it, but we get a lower threshold for the code overall. I don't understand why that's a good idea, especially in this code.
Thanks, Dave. Dwayne.
Yeah, as a building official, I don't know if I could handle this because you've said a few times that you didn't mean that this would apply to somebody who just replaced their flooring or just had to replace their drywall because of some water damage or something. But in fact, there's no way to tell from this language what the cutoff is. And I understand we're up against a really tricky problem. Seattle has something like this for the commercial code, and it's always been contentious to try to figure out what is and is not a substantial alteration. And this, I think, is really not helpful and would be extremely difficult to administer.
Thanks, Dwayne. Henry.
Yeah, my suggestion was just purely to the final section here of or comply with the following. I'm wondering if we could put insulate the full cavity depth of the walls as well. I think part of that relates to Dwayne and Dave's concerns about being less than code, but if you're stuck with 2x4 studs, it'd be really hard to meet current code without some serious exterior rigid, which might be their prerogative, but I think we should have them insulate everything possible if you're just going to let them get away with the existing framing.
So currently in the language for alterations, there are no real requirements until you trigger a point of when the home you believe now has to be new construction. So these are not defined at all in alterations itself chapter. So while I understand maybe David's concern was maybe additions, yeah, what he said is accurate, but this is not additions. This is alterations. This is a home that is not adding any new conditioned square foot whatsoever.
Okay, understood. I would still state my addition to our 405.3.2. Just we should pack in all existing stud bays with insulation if we're going to allow this alternative.
That's kind of the requirement already in the language that's in alterations, is that I have to fill the cavity as best as possible back to the highest R value that it will allow for. So currently they're supposed to put an R15 in the wall.
Okay.
So that's already in there, but not in this code proposal because it's not a change. Is that correct, Jonathan?
Correct. That's the baseline stuff. We're adding some additional stuff for what we call gut rehabs, right? 50% more destroyed, like down the studs, bring that back up to actually have to do something other than replacing what was there.
So that's an important point, is there's requirements for the alterations that are outside of what this code change proposal is. Okay, Larry, you're next.
My question is, I mean, if we move a house, which they've been moving lots of houses over here in Spokane because of the north-south freeway. So you move that house on a new foundation, you're surely not going to make them bring this whole thing up to code, are you? I mean, I think they'll run a wrecking ball through them all then. I mean,
the existing language for that, Larry, already exists in the code, and it says in transportation, if you damage the unit more than 60%, you are required to build it to new codes, and that is the existing language for moving properties from one to another.
But I mean, I don't know how you damage it 60%. I mean, I've seen some pretty good sized 2-story homes lately being moved. And I mean, the mover did what I thought was a tremendous job. And we took a look in it, and there was a few cracks in the plaster, but I think they could go in there and take a, like a can opener, open that crack up and then fill it. But I think to make them gut out their walls and and do all that, I don't think that's in the cards. And so is what we want to do is get rid of the place then? Because I mean, you're talking.
Larry, I think just to your question right now, this does not require insulating walls, right? Is that right, Jonathan?
Well, that's what
Right,
I'm
so-
hearing.
Correct. What this is saying is if the building gets damaged past a certain point, or say like me, I got this place, I just love the location, couldn't give up this awesome, amazing view to the river, but it's a, you know, it's an old house. So I rip it down to the studs. At this point in time, it should be a new build. And there's really not a lot of great defining language anywhere in the code for this.
Larry, does that answer your question or?
So you could move the house and it sounds like to me you could move the house as long as you didn't create 60% damage to do it. I think
Correct.
that's fine. But one of the things is so your room size, that means throwing up another stud wall, it sounds like to me in here.
There's
mean-
many methods to achieve a UA assembly equivalent to codes, either through continuous insulation, because you're gonna have to address the siding, how it can, you know, as it moves. And if you're not messing with the siding, there's other insulation products that can be used. And there are UA trade-off systems that can be used. There are many ways to tackle it besides a prescriptive manner.
Well, I just don't see in a 2x4 wall how you could get there to the R21, even with the pile isolated foam, you know, if you stripped it off. I mean, maybe you could if you throw another inch of foam over the top or 2 inches of foam. Okay.
High density foam would get you 21.
Would it? Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Larry. Mark, you are next, Sniffin.
Yeah, so I'm sitting on the IEBC tag committee also, and we're kicking around this the same terms that are being used here, as substantial alterations. The IEBC does have a defined term for work area, by the way, so it is defined in one of our codes. And then we have substantial improvements and substantial damage defined also in the code, and also in FEMA's code. And so now I'm adding some more kind of definitions of a term that's being used throughout a series of our codes. And so I think this kind of needs some correlation. And if we have a defined term in one code, we should probably use that same defined term in another code instead of having unique terms to each code. So I don't like the way that's running there. Also here, I'm very unclear. So when you define the work area, the code is applying to the work area. So here it's kind of implying that, okay, I did 50% of my work area needs to comply with the code, but here it looks like if you have 50 to 75% of it, the whole existing building has to comply with the code. And so if I have a little bit of heartburn with it, what are we talking about here? So, and I do think we do need to coordinate with the IEBC, and you can apply the IEBC to residential. And so I think these terms really need to be aligned throughout the codes. And I think we really need to drill down, what are you meaning? Are you meaning that if I do 50% of alteration, let's say a big kitchen remodel and bath remodel, and it hits that 50%, are we only going to bring that kitchen and bath model to current code, or are you implying that the whole house would have to?
No, so first, we are only asking that you rebuild it underneath the new codes should 75% or more of the conditioned floor area be deconstructed or damaged in some way. Does that make sense? So 75% or more. So somewhere between 50% and 75%, we're like, hey, look, you know, we know you're rebuilding. This is a good time to address some of these cost-effective measures. You're already at 50 to 75% removal anyways. So let's fix some of these small things. Indoor air leakage. These are important things for indoor air quality. Duct leakage test. This is also important for indoor air quality. So these aren't just
So-
energy measures in themselves too. It's also addressing the occupants that live in these homes.
How have you defined the difference between the superficial redecorating and what you're calling a gut and rehab?
And that's the term we've been stuck on. Like that's what we were trying to figure out with this conditioned floor area. And that was the language that we were trying to figure out right there to describe the intent being that this is not, maybe the term should be non-cosmetic.
So I'm struggling with that. So when you look at the IEBC, we talk about alteration levels, okay, and work area. When you do the work area method using the IEBC, so why couldn't we align it more toward the codes have the same meaning and the same parameters, so that we don't have this in the energy code and that in the IEBC? Why could not you use alteration levels like they do in the IEBC?
That makes a lot of sense, Mark. And I guess wanting to have good, consistent code language across multiple codes, because of course, when someone goes for a permit, they need to comply with all the codes. Jonathan and Mark, would you like to take this offline or Jonathan perhaps convene Mark and other people to improve the consistency with other code language? Because I feel like that would be a good thing to do. Is that something you would be willing to do, Jonathan and Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always willing to work with anybody on this. Again, we were looking for a better definition or term anyways to define the difference between what we define as cosmetic and more structural life safety, more gut rehab type stuff. So absolutely, we're willing to work with anyone. Anyone who's willing to come to the work group, I'll send out an email invite again. And I'll put my email again into the email chat section over there. I'm sorry, I put my email in the chat section for those who wish to join the working group. Just send me an email and we will make sure you're invited.
Thanks, Jonathan. And Mark, I guess just specific question to you. Do you think that it's reasonable to be able to align this with the IEBC in the next couple of days?
That would be not on my part. I'm sorry, but I've lost all my staff, so I'm the whole building department right now. Carving this time out right now is very difficult as it is. So I don't have any time but I do think it really needs to be addressed. And I like the overall clarification as a building official. And the way it reads now, it's in the opinion of the code official. So I think the code official can handle it until we get it aligned. I would say maybe the next code cycle, but that's just my opinion.
So Mark, I guess you're saying that you are not necessarily okay with this language as it is. You don't have time to help modify it. Totally understandable. But you think maybe next code cycle we should implement something like this? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, because right now in the so the building code tag, the IEBC and IBC code tag right now, we just talked on Wednesday about the definition of substantial improvement and substantial damage. That we're still trying to coordinate that because it has to coordinate with FEMA's rules too. Now FEMA has publications if your building is damaged by a flood, over 50% of the market value of the building, you know, and they have a list of things they include and don't include. Okay, so it's very clear on their list what items that you need to include as far as the area of improvement. So using a term like cosmetic, there's
okay.
To do.
Okay, I thank you for all your work on that, Mark. Is there anybody who can stand in for Mark and represent the work and the language and all the stuff from the IEBC with Jonathan to revise this by Tuesday?
So my question is that language finalized then, or am I looking for a proposal to try to find that language from?
My thought about this is that we are just at the end of the process. We're desperate for getting things done. And this is, you're running into the same problem that everybody else has across the country that keeps trying to manage this. And I don't think it's going to get solved over the weekend. So I think that we need to disapprove.
Is that a motion, Dwayne?
Well, I didn't have the floor.
Okay. Next person has the floor is Damon.
We had a remodel recently, 1,200 square foot Rambler. All they did was change interior partitions. So actually nothing was even structural, but it would have exceeded the 75% mark. So none of the exterior walls were opened up. The cavity wasn't changed, nothing on the interior, exterior. So I'm a little hesitant to accept this because I don't know where the threshold is. Being that I have the floor, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Is there further discussion on this? And please lower your hand unless you have further discussion on this and probably haven't spoken already.
Excuse me. Yeah, my discussion is this. I heard the R21 from Dave, but aren't we required to get so many points too on top of all this? And then on top of that is the insurance company. Let's say the thing did burn, and then you're requiring it to be built to a higher standard than what it was. I doubt if the insurance company is going to pay for that. And so now you got a house that's going to stay open possibly and not be put back together. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep, I see what you're saying. The motion on the floor right now is to disapprove. Jack.
Yeah, so when I look at this code, there's a lot of implications and it's kind of a hot mess. I understand what the goal is. I've done a huge amount of whole house restorations of historic homes. And there's a couple things that I didn't know, like how is the 15% established? That would require testing before and after. So it'd be a double cost there. How do you actually deal with 2x4 walls without doing like really costly closed cell spray foam insulation? And then I'm struggle real hard from extensive alterations versus substantial alterations, and then dealing with the code officials. I know what we would wind up doing is wind up bringing an attorney in at some point, arguing our point, and that's a heavy load to put on the building officials. So I appreciate what we're trying to do. I think it needs some rework and more time to get it right, especially aligning with the other codes.
Thanks, Jack. We've heard from everybody else already, I believe. So if you have no new information, please lower your hand. Okay, Patrick, go ahead.
I deal with the City of Seattle's substantial alteration language regularly, and as Dwayne said, it can be quite challenging on both sides of the fence because it's a little bit subjective in ways. And I find this similar, and I agree with David Balin and Dwayne. And I was going to make the motion to disapprove. I find this quite incomplete.
Okay.
And
thanks,
I
Patrick.
Should disapprove it, and like Mark said, move it to the next code cycle, match it all up, clean it all up so that it's enforceable.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. All right, I'm going to risk a voice vote on it. We can always do a roll call vote later. The motion on the floor is to disapprove this. All in favor of disapproval of this, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, all right, so this is disapproved and we are on a lunch break. Let's take 10 minutes for lunch. So at 12:33, we will reconvene. Thanks, everybody. Okay. Welcome back. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch, and most of you all have your cameras off so you can continue to eat during this. So we are on to the next code proposal, which is 067, and this is a Kevin one, but Gary has generously offered to provide our backup on it. So Gary, are you
ready to go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just finished chewing, so.
Okay, all right.
So given that the TAG has recently approved Sean's water heating proposal, and in it, he struck the word electric from in front of heat pump. It seems to me like that would take care of actually exceptions number 1 and at least the first half of exception number 2. So I'm thinking now that those would not be necessary, and I guess I would just like to confirm the understanding of the TAG and or Sean that would be the case, that as approved by the TAG would allow heat pump water heating, would allow gas heat pump water heating, correct?
I'm going to let Sean or somebody else speak to that.
That's how I remember the so-called gas heat pump water heaters would be allowable when they show up in the market.
Well, don't call them so-called now, Dwayne. Come on. So it would seem to me that maybe that first exception and first half of the second exception wouldn't be necessary now, that if in fact those products did show up, that they would be allowed. And that maybe the only thing that we need to consider is the second half of exception number 2, where it's proposed or gas-fired water heaters with a UEF of 0.92 or greater. Remember that I had proposed an amendment for something 0.80 or greater that was voted down. So I'm not exactly sure how we handle this, but it seems like the TAG only needs to consider maybe adding an exception to this section that would allow gas-fired water heaters with a UEF of 0.92 or greater. Is that kind of the way it looks? I'm looking for maybe some agreement or guidance there.
Okay, does anybody want to answer Gary's question? You just unmute and speak if you have an answer, because he asked a question of everybody.
I mean, he's right. And John was quite explicit that a gas-fired heat pump is actually included in Sean's amendment. Gas-fired water heaters with UEFs of 0.92 are already allowed, but they are actually called condensing water heaters. They're not heat pumps. So I would say, and if we actually get a gas-fired heat pump, we need it to have a noticeably higher efficiency than a straight-ahead condensing burner. So I would say that 0.92 is a silly way to do it. We might as well call it something like what the gas company has said it's going to be able to do, which is 1.2. And a UEF of 1.2. Okay, if that product exists or turns out to exist at some other time in the future, that sounds like a fine. It sounds like a fine way to describe a gas-fired heat pump water heater.
I guess Gary, yeah, you can respond directly, but I guess
he used that word silly again, so
I heard
Yeah,
that.
it's an old war wound.
Yeah, and the, proposed COPs for all the gas heat pump water heaters are all above 1.0 and going up as high as 1.5, 1.6, depending upon the specific technology, but we don't need to get into that here. But I do believe that this gas-fired water heaters with a UEF 0.92 or greater wasn't automatically meant to suggest that gas heat pumps are going to be down at that level. They're going to be higher than that. It was meant to capture higher efficiency, condensing gas water heaters. And I believe at this point in time, on the residential side, the only way that those are included in the options table, but I don't think they're included anywhere else, really, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
The federal standard precludes that.
Yeah. And so I guess the question remains, and maybe the motion should be either to approve or disapprove this modified proposal to incorporate the exception for the gas-fired water heaters UEF 0.92 or greater.
Is that a motion, Gary?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve as modified to include an exception for gas-fired water heaters with the UEF of 0.92 or greater.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. And I just want to be clear, Gary, I think, so there's R403.5.4 that we approved earlier today, which requires heat pump systems.
Right.
And this proposal is R403.5, service hot water systems. So the exception for gas-fired water heaters with a UEF of 0.92 or greater is to, would that also apply to 403.5.4 heat pump water heating?
Yes, I mean, if we were to try to correlate here, that would make sense to me because I believe the TAG has approved the new wording there, the new 403.5 and the new 403.5.4. So
I guess so we say earlier, and I'm just trying to correlate this in my mind.
Sure.
So I know what the motion really is. It says shall be provided by heat pump system, and we struck electric. So now it would allow both a gas-fired as well as an electric heat pump system.
Right.
And then in this motion on the floor for 067, you wouldn't have to provide an electric or gas-fired heat pump. You could instead just provide a condensing gas-fired heater because of this exception one. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess you're correct there. So again, I'm not exactly sure if I can go back and make a motion to add an exception to a previously approved proposal. That's why I'm kind of getting wrapped around the axle with you there, Chell, and exactly how to do this.
But your hope with this, the motion, whatever motion ends up being voted on, is that it would include either an electric heat pump system, a gas-fired heat pump system, or this exception for a condensing gas-fired water heater.
Yes, that's the intent.
Okay, just want to be clear on that.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't immediately know. I mean, we have a motion. The motion is to approve this, but I don't know how that would correlate with the thing we just passed. That might.
Doesn't.
I don't know how it would correlate, and I guess
if we disapprove it, then it won't be an issue.
Right.
Correct.
That's Yes, but the motion is to approve right now. So, and if we do approve it, I guess, Krista, do you know what we would do code language wise if we approve Gary's motion?
Can we modify the motion to direct staff to correlate with the previously approved R 405.3 language or?
I don't think so, because this is not a correlation, it's a conflict.
Yeah. It's.
Then let's just go ahead and vote it up or down. And let it fall where it may.
Okay, I'm gonna, people can speak for or against the motion. Dave Balon, I see your hand up first.
Yeah, I want to call the question.
Okay, call the question means that's basically a motion to end debate.
Yes.
So if we have a second for the call to question, then we need a 2/3 majority in order to end debate. So is there a second for Dave's call to question?
I'll second Dave's call to question. This is Greg.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote on this, and we need a 2/3 majority in order to end debate on this.
Point of order.
Sure.
Actually, if there's no objections to calling the question can be called.
Okay, are there any objections to the question being called? Thank you, Damon. You saved us a roll call vote. Okay, well, in that case, there appear to be no objections to calling the question. So we're ending debate, and the motion is to approve the proposal in front of us about heat pump water, about water heating systems as modified, which strikes most of exception 1 or all of exception 1 and most of exception 2 and leaves in place a little bit of exception 2. Okay, that's the motion, is to approve what we see on the screen. All right, Krista, let's do a roll call.
Damon,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
Nay.
Wade Craig,
Aye.
Dwayne,
No,
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
No.
David Reddy,
No.
Gary Hickinen,
Aye.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Irina,
No.
Amy,
No.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry,
No.
Gavin Tenold,
No.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh.
Yes.
Motion fails 7-12.
Okay, motion fails. I guess, Krista, from a procedural standpoint, in order to move on, we would need a motion to disapprove.
I think we do. Once a motion fails, we need a new motion.
We've done it,
So moved. Move to disapprove.
Okay, Dwayne made a motion to disapprove, correct?
Correct.
Is there a second?
This is Greg. I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. Greg, is there further discussion on this? And Dave Balon, I see your hand still up.
Yeah, I call the question.
Is there anybody who opposes the call to question? Okay, voice vote. The motion is to disapprove disapprove the entirety of 067. So let's do a roll call vote.
Damon,
No.
Mike Feller,
Yes.
Mark Smithen,
Can you restate that again? I voting to disapprove this.
Correct. So this is, the motion on the floor is to disapprove the proposal.
And yes.
Wade,
No.
Dwayne,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Henry,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Patrick,
No.
Luke,
Yes.
Jason,
No.
Jeanette,
No.
motion carries 12-7.
Okay, motion carries 12-7. We are on to the next one, which is 051, total building performance. Gary, you have the floor, and Larry, your hand is still up. So Larry, did you want to do something? Okay, Gary, you have the floor.
All right, can we bring that bring that up there? Good, thank you. So let me get to my copy here. So
Okay, where is it?
I included it as an attachment, Krista. So so if you don't have the attachment there. When I submitted it, I submitted this document plus an attachment.
Okay. Is that correct, Gary?
Yes. fairly straightforward proposal, and that is to eliminate the use of carbon emissions in the total building performance section R405, and to go back to annual energy use rather than carbon emissions. Fairly straightforward.
Okay.
And just, I guess to further expound is I don't agree with the carbon emissions factors, and this goes back to 2018 when the carbon emissions factors were brought into the code, and believe that the carbon emissions factor for electricity in particular was set lower than it actually is. And when I say actually is, I was proposing that we utilize information, avoided carbon emissions factor from the Western grid based upon a study that was actually done by the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. The TAG decided to utilize a lower carbon emissions factor and have recently approved yet a lower yet carbon emissions factor, which I believe unfairly advantages electric technologies and unfairly disadvantages gas technologies. So I believe that utilizing carbon emissions has got the performance path out of whack. I do not believe it is accurately representing carbon emissions or carbon emission savings. And so to get back to something that we all understand, energy use, and to make it much more straightforward, the proposal is to eliminate the use of carbon emissions and get back to using energy use, because we know what a kilowatt hour is and we know what a therm is. But there's a lot of debate and confusion and really no consensus on what carbon emissions factors ought to be either for gas or electric. So let's get back to energy use.
Thanks, Gary. Two just really quick questions. So we passed a proposal earlier for R406 that changed the 73%, 56%, 50%, and 70%. Your proposal includes the original values. The intent with this proposal is not to change the values back to 73%. Is that correct?
That's correct. The intent was not not to set those if we've adopted better levels of efficiency, then I would be supportive of that, but based on energy use and not carbon emissions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I'm just going to say that I was hoping to actually have the emissions discussion before this, where we would ideally come to a consensus on emissions factors. We delayed that based on the availability of people. So I don't want to venture too far down the emissions pathways path. I mean, we, on one hand, we need to a little bit with this. On the other hand, we're about to have a long and robust discussion on it later. So please, if you're going to talk about emissions factors, don't wax poetic. All right, David Reddy, you're up.
I just wanted to make a motion to disapprove the proposal.
Second. We have a motion on the table to disapprove, and we do have a second for it. So cut to the chase. David, did you have any additional words? David Reddy had the floor. So David Reddy, do you have additional words about your motion?
No.
No? Okay, Dave Balon, you have the floor.
All I have to say is that we've already litigated this over in the last code cycle. I don't think there's a compelling reason to accept it. So that's all I'm going to say.
Thanks, David. Damon, you're up next.
Thank you. The driving factor behind the code since 2009 was Senate Bill 5854, passed in that session. And it says 70% reduction in energy use. So I think that this proposal is in order and I'm speaking for it.
Thank you, Damon. Dwayne.
Yeah, not only do we have that 70% reduction in energy use, but as additional state policies, we have targets for elimination of fossil fuel combustion in the state. And the best way to do it is to not be creating more new stuff now that we'll then have to fix later. And therefore, this should be defeated.
Okay, just to clarify what Dwayne said, the only thing that the Building Code Council is directly told about this is under RCW 1927A020, which says, I'm gonna quote subpart A of part 2, construct increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings that help achieve the broader goal of building zero fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions homes and buildings by the year 2031. So that's the only kind of carbon mandate that the council has been given. Larry, you're up next.
I would support this proposal. And here's the reason why. I mean, we have such a disparity of gas to electric in our new construction now. It's going to cause tremendous hurt for us over here in Eastern Washington by not having the power that we need. And by pulling this out, it allows us to both stand on equal ground, electric and gas. And the new gas equipment coming down the road is not going to put out any carbon emissions. It is coming down the road right now. I've already seen part of it. And by what we're doing is we're making it worse and extremely expensive to the consumer. We need to leave the door open so both of these can continue on and see what happens. And the carbon emissions right now in this state, if you're burning 95% gas equipment and you're burning electric right now, your carbon footprint is less with the gas equipment. And that's a fact. Okay.
No, it's not.
It is too. It is too, because we're having to buy power from Oregon from coal plants. Okay. And we're having to buy power from Rathdrum that's gas fired, that's only 65% efficient. We're much better to burn at 95%. And then we're only putting emissions out of a 1 instead of a 20 to an 80 that's released out of the ground naturally.
Okay, Larry, your minute is up. Do you want to conclude?
I didn't know that we were on the minute time clock. Thank you anyway.
Yeah, and Dave Balon, when somebody else has the floor, you need to let them have the floor, okay? Patrick, you're next.
I'm muted. I just want to clarify that Bill 5854 was a energy code and energy savings bill. It had, I don't think the word climate change is in the bill. So when we say 70% reduction, we're talking reduction in energy usage, not carbon. And somehow, some way, with proposals and politics most likely, we're trying to convert Bill 5854 into a climate change bill. It was never a climate change bill or a carbon bill.
Thank you, Patrick. Gary, you spoke, but you raised your hand again, so you have the floor.
Yeah, just briefly. Just because you're using carbon rather than energy doesn't automatically mean you're doing better in reducing carbon emissions. If you reduce energy use, you're reducing carbon emissions. You save a therm, you save a kilowatt hour, you're saving carbon emissions. And the fact that these numbers, the 73%, 50%, et cetera, will be further improved, makes the code tighter. And using energy use rather than carbon emissions, again, is consistent with state law that is asking for a 70% reduction in energy use. So I don't see any problem with and don't understand why somebody might say it's inconsistent or not needed. So I think this is a fairly straightforward, simple proposal that will continue to save energy and save emissions.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Amy.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate Gary's tenacity on this issue, and do, value the importance of energy efficiency. To your point, Shell, about the Building Code Council having been directed through that statute, that is true. However, we also have our Climate Commitment Act goals and economic targets that we have to meet. And I think this table has helped prevent some potential misalignment in policy, which I think is, should be a consideration. While builders do not have to meet, the emission targets of the Climate Commitment Act, gas utilities do. And I hope that, the natural gas emissions factor improves over time as a result of that. But where we are now is as shown. So I would speak against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, Mark Sniffen.
I'm in favor of this. It's really hard for a plans examiner to wrap their head around carbon emissions, and I've never asked for calculations for carbon emissions. I do understand energy use. The question is, I'm curious, is energy use a defined term? I guess not. Maybe it doesn't have to be, but I'm in favor of getting rid of this whole carbon thing, because I don't have the expertise to know if these studies or the time to really look at these factors and understand them enough. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mark. And I think energy use is, I guess, outlined what it is in the standards that are referenced for the performance pathway, is my understanding. Andrea.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just curious if you could drop the RCW that you had referenced in the chat, and then make a comment that the Clean Buildings Act, which I think we are referring to, only covers buildings. The first iteration anyways covered buildings over 50,000 square feet, and the expansion only expanded that to buildings over 20,000 square feet. So realistically, I don't necessarily think that like the energy code requirements apply to residential construction from reading that. But again, I'm, not a lawyer or anything. So that's just my take on it. So it would be interesting to see like what we are referring to when we say that we have a mandate, or rather the council has a mandate to reduce emissions. So.
Thanks, Andrea. And I guess if you're asking the question of me, I posted it in the chat, the section, and I did not say it was a mandate to reduce carbon emissions, but it was, it's exactly what it says. So achieve a broader goal, which means the State Building Code Council is not the only party to that goal. You can interpret it any way you want. I've interpreted it as like it's part of a larger goal, and it's not the Building Code Council's only, or the Building Code Council is not directed to by itself get to zero fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions. I guess that's how I interpret it, but
okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Wade.
Yeah, we're making lots of decisions about specifying equipment and leaning towards electricity and high efficiency, which is just pushing the carbon emissions further upstream. We're not doing it in the home, but they're still being produced. If we go back to just energy savings and forget about the carbon emissions and reduce energy consumption, you know, at the builder installer level, much more understandable, and I think we achieved the same goal.
Okay. Everybody who has had their hand up has talked now. We have a motion on the floor. I guess it is time to vote on that motion. I believe the motion is to disapprove this proposal, so that would be what you would be voting on. The motion to disapprove, so in other words, not move it forward into the next process of public comment. So Krista, do you want to do a roll call?
Damon Doyle,
No.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Nay.
Wade Craig,
Nay.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Jonathan?
Yes, sorry, I hit the space bar, it didn't work.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
Nope.
Irina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Amy Wheelis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh,
No.
okay, motion carries 11-8.
Okay. Motion was to disapprove, and that passed. We are on to the next one, which is another Gary's option 2 for this. So Gary, you have the floor again.
Well, Joe, this one does get into, it's going to further the debate on carbon emissions, because what it proposes to do is to change the carbon emissions factor for electricity. So I don't know if you want to hold this one to be grouped with the rest of the discussions around carbon emissions. I guess I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, I guess I would. So we have 2 others. Can you bring up the agenda again, Krista? So we have the, I guess, yeah, we should have perhaps moved this because I guess we have an agenda in front of us, but can we just move it, or do we need to make a motion, Krista?
If there are no objections to moving it,
Okay, and we'd be moving 052, I think. We just worked with.
I would object to this. I think we should deal with this one. This one's kind of, it's a major change, which was already litigated once. I think we should look at it again and proceed.
Okay, so there's an objection to it. So I guess I guess someone could make a motion to table it. but we can also just deal with it right now. So unless somebody makes a motion to table it, we'll deal with it right now. I see Mark sniffing your hand is up.
I'm sorry. I
Okay,
didn't-
David Reddy.
Yeah, make a motion to table it.
Okay. We have a motion to table. Is there a second? And table it until when? David, I guess that's
Until consideration with the other emissions factors proposals.
okay. We have a motion to table. Is there a second for that motion to table?
Damon Doyle, second.
Okay. We have a motion to table. We have a second. There's no discussion on this, so let's take a roll call vote on this. I don't think it's going to be unanimous.
Okay, Damon,
Aye.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Dave Balon,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
I did it again. No.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickinen,
Abstain.
Andrea Smith,
Yes.
Marina Rasputnis,
Yes.
Amy Willis,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Patrick, we don't hear you. Patrick?
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh,
Yes.
Patrick, motion carries 13-4 with one abstention.
Okay, so we have tabled this and it's now going to be grouped with the other emissions factors one. So we're going to move on to the next one. Which is this Built Green? Okay, Built Green, Sonia, you have the floor. Are your people here?
Yes.
Okay, all right, take it away. You have several minutes to introduce this and provide some background on it and reasons why it's a great idea.
Great. There's not much of the proposal on this page, Krista. Can you scroll down to the second one? That's where the meat of it is. Okay, great. Thank you, Chair and members, for consideration of this proposal. The proposal introduced proposes that Built Green certification be added as an energy code compliance option with a newly created section 408. The proposal is similar to the established precedent of adding a passive house compliance option to the 2018 Washington State Energy Code. Built Green is the third-party verified holistic green home certification program of the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, established in partnership with King and Snohomish Counties in 1999. Built Green has been certifying healthy and green homes in Western Washington since 2000 and statewide since 2009. Built Green certifies single-family homes and remodels, multifamily buildings, and residential communities built in Washington state. Since 2000, Built Green has certified over 22,000 residential projects representing over 41,000 housing units. Since 2015, on average, Built Green certifies between 850 and 1,200 projects per year. Based on data from the US Green Building Registry database, Built Green has certified over 50% of all the certified homes in West Washington state, making it the predominant green home certification program here in Washington. In addition to energy efficiency, Built Green's flexible and holistic approach also rates projects across the following sustainability areas: site and water, indoor air quality, materials efficiency, equity and social justice, or community impact. For purposes of this group, we will limit our discussion to the new construction energy efficiency section. Levels of sustainability for projects are given through a star rating system. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star projects require documented energy efficiency credits or performance above code. The Emerald Star and Net Zero Energy label certifications are required to document a modeled net zero energy performance using Built Green approved performance modeling software. To earn a star level, the project must first meet a set of requirements. Then it must meet a total minimum point value. The project's total point value must be achieved by earning a minimum point value per section to ensure a holistic design perspective. Outside of the requirements, builders may choose from over 300 voluntary performance and prescriptive credits to achieve the point total needed for certification. This provides flexibility for the builder to decide what is right for their client, budget, market context, or green building experience level. Built Green requires an approved third-party verifier to be contracted by the builder to collect documentation for the green features, conduct site visits for visual verification throughout different construction phases, and to document the performance of the building systems as required to achieve the credits for their Built Green checklist. In January 2020, we calculated the environmental impacts of the first 20 years of Built Green homes and found that they save 68,549 megawatt hours of energy and prevent over 21 million pounds of CO2 emissions annually. Furthermore, in 2021, Built Green also took a leading stance on the measuring of embodied or avoided carbon to reduce upfront carbon emissions from buildings that are not accounted for in its operational emissions. Built Green and the Built Green certification program are well adopted in local jurisdictions to drive green building in their markets. Built Green certification is included as a compliance pathway in 12 local jurisdictions' green building incentive programs with established procedures for program reporting. Extending the compliance pathway to the state level will provide more flexibility and simplify the process for high-performance home builders across many jurisdictions and provide a clear signal for local jurisdictions to adopt Built Green into their green building programs as well. Built Green is committed to certifying only above code homes. It is a core value. With every new Washington State Energy Code, it adjusts the new construction checklist, energy efficiency, and performance requirements. It uses the Washington State Energy Code along with a panel of independent building science experts to determine how above code each star level should be set with each new code released. I'd like to turn it over to Dan Wildenhouse of Better Built Northwest as the co-proposer, who will now provide comments on the technical performance information previously provided to this group to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Sonia, and thank you, TAG members and chair. A few additional comments to what the Built Green team has already mentioned here. First, as a reminder, this is a Washington certification used by Washington builders and verifiers. This is not a disconnected national certification. Second, it was mentioned by others both in this meeting and in the last meeting that it's really important to have more flexibility in how we meet this coming code. This provides a voluntary path similar to what Passive House offers, but that is far better adopted and far better recognized across Washington. Third, there are currently multiple paths for providing or for proving rather that the home is above code. One option is using the existing Appendix RA-RB in the Washington State Energy Code, effectively showing how far above code you are with code credits. The other option is to prove it with energy modeling. We are about to hear about the ERI proposal next, and just last week, the tag did make it easier for performance path adoption for our code. So should something like the ERI path be adopted, and let's say at a number like 47 for Washington State, the Built Green team would then require at least an ERI of 45 or 46 or even lower just to qualify for the 3-star level. Fourth, this pathway does utilize third-party verifiers. And this path, when chosen as a voluntary path, has more consistency and reduces the chances of accidental or intentional misrepresentation of building performance through blower door test, duct leakage test, commissioning, and ventilation. When we looked at the savings and the cost, we tried to be as conservative as possible. So we used the median cost increase, despite the fact that the average cost increase for the most common certification level was a lower number. And it should be noted that many of our builders report very little cost increase to meet the energy portion of the Built Green program, as they have already been making construction choices that bring them over code minimums. As for savings, we estimated around $272 a year for the typical 4-star home. That is by far the most commonly chosen star level of our homes. And in addition to modeled and estimated savings that we provided in the analysis, a few years ago, Built Green and Seattle City Light performed the Built Green post-occupancy white paper study that showed homes typically saved more than 10% more than was estimated in the energy models. So in closing, these Built Green homes are inherently more efficient than code, and the post-occupancy study has shown this to be true. Thank you for your time, and I'll now put it back out to the floor.
Thank you, Dan. I just have one kind of immediate question. Obviously, we don't want to go backwards in the code. And you said all of this is above code, but when it's okay to say something like we're above code, unless you're actually the code. And then then I have to ask the question, like, how do you know you're above code if you are the code? And how do we know that the 3-star, which presumably is the easiest one to get, is going to be at least as energy saving as the rest of the code?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll take first stab at this, and then Sonia can jump in as well. So the 3-star code does set a minimum threshold to be, I believe it's 10%. Is that correct, Sonia? More efficient than the current energy code?
So the current 2021 checklist requires it to be at least 6% using the UDRH pathway. If you are doing a prescriptive pathway using the 406 credit code or the additional credits, you are required to achieve at least 1 additional credit for a 3-star project.
Thank you. That was what I now recall. We set it at 6% to align with the approximate improvement of a single code credit. So what would happen in this instance, and it's a great question, Chell, is should the next code be adopted, and let's say it's set for July 1st of 2023, any home permitted after that date that would like to go through the Built Green program would have to meet the new updated version of Built Green. And as Sonia mentioned, that is a process where we bring in a variety of local experts, including everyone from energy geeks and engineers to builders, trades, and program verifiers and home energy raters, who all work together to help ensure that the next iteration of Built Green maintains that above code core value.
And that's using the R405 path for the 6%?
Well, we use currently, it allows an R405 path that the utilities of Washington State use. It's colloquially referred to as the performance path. It's an RTF approved path using what's referred to as the standard modeling protocol. That is one option. We developed our own ERI path in line with the IECC. So currently, if a builder were doing that, they would also have to meet the prescriptive code with table 406.3. And the third option is to use the Appendix RA-RB additional credit option for the code.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's my questions. I'm going to go Mark Sniffen at the first question. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to the items talking about the code official and prior and after C of O. I'm really set against asking the code official to delay any kind of certificate of occupancy and collecting items prior to occupancy. And then also the last line, within 180 days. So within 6 months of our C of O, I'm supposed to remember to circle back around and collect this green certificate. And if they don't, what do you do? You deny their certificate of occupancy. So anything that hangs their hat on the certificate of occupancies, I'm very sensitive to. And I would hate someone's closing to be delayed because I didn't get the statement from the energy performer. So on those 2 points, I would suggest that we strike both of those. I think I agree to have more options, and I'm just wondering, it seems like it's not really needed. If they want to go green, that's fine. It still has to meet the energy code. So is there a case where your built green would not meet the energy code as written? And if so, I would like to know why it wouldn't.
No, that's a great question. No, it would not, because again, inherently, you have to prove that you are 6% better than the code to qualify. The reason that this has been successful is this speaks to what Andrea brought up last week, is to be able to find the flexibility outside of the 406.3 credit table as the only way to show additional improvement beyond the prescriptive code. This allows builders to experiment with everything. They may be using non-traditional insulation materials. We've had builders doing straw bale homes, for instance. Not a lot of them, but you get the idea. So builders get a choice to take a look at this. We have some builders who have pretty high glazing percentage. And because of that, they have to do other things beyond just get, say, a 0.20 window to make it. And this allows greater flexibility depending on the style of the home, the size and the shape of the home. All of that factors in, and it's all about providing that flexibility. And again, this is in no way, shape, or form required. This is simply an option. I think, as to your point about, nobody wants to hang up and force people to wait on getting certificates of occupancy. We were doing our best to try to align the language here and the recommended requirements with what was put into the passive house proposal, which was already accepted during the last code cycle.
So in the passive house, I'm obligated to recheck after I issue a C of O within 6 months that they give me some additional information?
No, this would just, it's a good question. The proof would be the pre-certification statement from Built Green is what is necessary for certificate of occupancy. Built Green, or the rater or the builder, is then responsible, not the jurisdiction, for providing that finalized documentation within 180 days. The actual certificate of occupancy is based on the pre-certification statement from Built Green and the list of compliance features that the verifier has identified are in the home. So that is how we tried to organize this, that provide the code official. That is a statement that would be the responsibility of the builder and their verifier, not of the jurisdiction to request that.
Well, I suggest that they strike that myself, because once we close a permit and we close that certificate of occupancy, we're not going to be circling back to add additional information to our records, to the city's records. So my suggestion is that you eliminate those two, but that was my piece.
So Mark, let me also clarify. Passive house, the accepted code that was introduced in the last code cycle does require a full certificate from passive house in order to achieve the certificate of occupancy. And we are using very similar, if not practically identical information in what we're asking to be submitted to the code official in the secondary part that says what needs to be submitted for certificate of occupancy. The difference here is that in practical terms, we are certifying many more items than Passive House. Passive House is only related to energy, and Built Green is certifying and verifying 6 other sections of sustainability, and most of that documentation is not available or put together in time for a certificate of occupancy. To do that would delay, and we do not want to delay the certificate of occupancy. So what we have established here is a new procedure in order to approve the energy portion, which is what this code is focused on. A new procedure where we would pre-certify the energy section for that certificate of occupancy related to the energy code. The rest, what is built in terms of providing the full certificate is to ensure that if a city were to adopt, the state or whoever would like to adopt this or use this, that there is follow through, that the entire certification is preceded and actually achieved. And again, I want to stipulate, unlike Passive House, we are collecting much more information and qualifying a project on many more aspects of indoor air quality, safety measures, and other resources and carbon emissions than what Passive House is focused on. So in reality, and we've proven this in many jurisdictions, there is a specified time that our verifiers need in order to achieve that certification with proper due diligence.
And may I ask what happens if you do not obtain that within 180 days?
The way we've seen it applied in other jurisdictions who have incorporated this into their procedures is they have either selected to have some sort of financial penalty or other, that's usually what we've seen in other things. And maybe if not to put you on the spot, Dwayne, but if you from City of Seattle, since that is one of our cities that has a program, if you have a comment on that.
Is Mark done?
Yeah, I said my piece.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, I just wanting to follow up on Mark. We're typically, when we sign off, we're out of budget, we're out of everything. We've moved on. But what I wanted to ask about was that we spent the last several hours talking on this tag about carbon emissions and have this tag has voted in favor of mandating limits on carbon, as has the State Building Code Council in the last code cycle and the commercial code. And this seems to be focused on just meeting energy.
So Sonia, if you don't mind, I can add something to this. One would be that, one option again would be to use code credits at the appendix RA and RB, which would inherently then have emissions, built into those additional code credits. If you're choosing an energy modeling pathway for it, the tools like REMRate and Ecotrope, and I know this is slightly contentious, but they do produce carbon emission reports as well that could be included as a component of this. It would be up to, either this body, the State Building Code Council, or an authority having jurisdiction, if that were a necessary additional step to include that carbon emissions report generated by the energy modeling software.
Well, that's why I think that this proposal is incomplete, because if you intended to have something like that to make it truly equivalent to Washington State Code, then you would have addressed that. But it's we can't pass things just on the basis of maybe somebody will add something to it further down the road.
Well, while I feel that is a fair statement to make, we had no idea if this would be heard before or after the ERI discussion, where there's a big discussion likely on, the carbon reporting available through energy modeling software. But if if we'd like a friendly amendment to add that to the list of items that would be produced, that's a relatively easy thing to add to it now. Or we could have that discussion with the ERI and then revisit this, because the ERI in and of itself may mandate and require that. So an ERI path may inherently include that, is where I'm headed with this.
Done.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. Dave Bailon.
So I have actually probably an easy question to start with, which is, so when you come to the energy part of your certification, do you allow trade-offs to with other things such as sustainability, affordability, economic justice, et cetera? Do you allow other things usually included on the sustainability list to trade off against the energy efficiency of the building?
I'll start by saying no. There's a minimum that you need to get in every single category. So you have that great diversity throughout it. So you have to meet that minimum requirement is not trade-offable. If you wanted to get additional points beyond the minimum amount necessary to qualify for a star level, that could be traded off across different sectors within this, different pillars of the Built Green program, but not the minimum requirements to qualify you for the star level.
Okay.
Yeah, to David, the part of the requirements section sets a required amount of energy efficiency or performance per star level. So each star level has its own required performance level for energy. So there are some trade-offs like Dan mentioned, in different sections to equal the total, but every star level has a minimum threshold required for energy performance or energy efficiency.
And that's set by the code plus some percentage point.
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, so the implication of this is that there is a modeled performance. So is it ever true that you do a prescriptive performance or is this all modeled? And if it's modeled, how is it modeled? Is it modeled as under the 405, under our 405, or is it some sort of ResNet model, or what?
Currently, we have 3 different options to calculate energy. 2 of them are performance-based using a model. The other is using the prescriptive code itself, so that 406 table. And
Dave, to your point on how you do the model, the Built Green team decides and determines based off of feedback from the industry in the Northwest, which modeling software is approved. For single-family residential homes, it is the Ecotrope and REMRate software following the ResNet 301 protocols.
Right, but those are not R405 software. Well, they are sort of, but their output is not R405, is it?
No, so that's why
you adapt it for that purpose.
That's correct. They are not specifically R405. R405, the way, this is better probably than anyone. The way the reference home is designed and defined in R405 does not match with how user-defined reference homes are capable of being created in those modeling tools. So as R405 that has been written as of the last energy code, it would be incredibly difficult to actually do exactly R405 in that manner. So that would be a challenge. So that's why instead we use the standard modeling protocols set by the RTF along with the Northwest modeling guidelines if you're doing a utility pathway. And if you're not doing a utility pathway, then we use the ERI approach as set by the IECC.
So in effect, it's not I guess I'm not quite sure what you mean. You end up with R406 as the pathway?
The IECC 406.
The IECC 406 is ERI, but the Washington 406 is the points and normalization tables.
That's right. It's all predicated upon Washington State Energy Code R406 and Appendix RA and RB.
And, so you try to stay away from R405 in that regard.
That is correct.
Okay. So I don't really have to worry about how you arrive at the threshold, the ERI thresholds here, because right now that doesn't do any good unless we decide to accept the R406 or the ERI protocol, correct? Otherwise, you're not going to use that.
This would naturally, if this proposal were to pass and the ERI were not to pass, then when it became time to update the Built Green program to align with the new code, we would have to pick the R405 as the pathway that we would use. So that would be how we would have to set it up moving forward if we were going to keep a performance path in the code, in the Built Green program.
I see. So, yeah, so I don't think it's foregone that the ERI is going to pass, but
I would agree.
As long I don't, but as long as we have, I mean, I'm not terribly pleased with this proposal because it isn't so much of a slam dunk as the Passive House one was, but it does sound like you've mostly done your diligence here. That said, I guess I'd like to see the term modeled struck from the 408.2.1.22, and on the assumption that energy performance means either the prescriptive or the 405, and that is the interim certification for purposes of the building department.
As a friendly amendment, I think we would be just fine with striking the word modeled from our 408.2.1.2.
All right.
Dave, is that all?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, next is Patrick.
I'm in agreement with Mark regarding the building official part and 180 degrees. And Dwayne, that when the CEO is issued that it's done, there's no circling back. Second, Built Green does not need to be in the code. It's been around for, gosh, probably over 10 years, maybe 15. It's always been marketed as a extracurricular activity or for a builder to get some sort of recognition similar to LEED. I don't think it should be a compliance path in our code. It just adds more confusion. People can still do Built Green on their own as a volunteer basis, as it's been marketed for the last 10, 15 years. And so on that note, since I have the floor, and I don't want to give it up, I'm going to make a motion to disapprove.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second for the motion to disapprove?
Second.
Dwayne offered a second. So we have a motion on the floor is to disapprove 045. We have a second for it. Further discussion, and I have Greg up next on the list. Unless Patrick, you have another words of wisdom to say.
Whoever made the second, thank you.
That's Dwayne. All right, Greg.
Thank you. I've worked with a lot of builders in Washington for the last, since 2007 on high performance home programs, including an Energy Star lighting program for about 6 years around with 4 of the Puget Sound area utilities. And then I've worked with verifiers an awful lot. In my view, this is far and away the most widely accepted high performance home program around. Northwest had to actually create our own Northwest Energy Star Homes program because the National Energy Star Homes program is below Washington code. So I'm actually pretty excited about this one. The other thing I wanted to point out, and I have always thought, if Passive House passes energy code, then, and you know, as I think Mike Lubliner put in the chat, we haven't actually had any homes do that. we have 850 to like 1,200 homes per year on average using this certification program in both Western and Eastern
Right.
Washington. And I think that's important that everybody, this is not just a Western Washington program. There have been a lot of homes over in the Tri-Cities area. Thank you to the Tri-Cities HBA that have gone through this certification program. So that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Damon.
Thank you. For disclosure, I was president of Built Green Washington from 2011 through 2016. I was the primary author, along with staff member Aaron Adelstein, in writing the code checklist. And I think the program's great. My only concern is that since I am no longer involved with Built Green, the social justice aspect, which I think goes quite a ways away from the original program of the 5 areas that we focused on. I don't know how that really applies. And I don't know if that's something that really should belong in code. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Damon. Michael Bonner.
Yeah, I just wanted, I heard my name get on the chat. My point in pointing out the passive house, we have a lot of great passive house builders and they are building the passive house. But as far as I'm aware, they're not going to use the compliance path as a code compliance tool, because then they have to actually certify it and it gets into the AHJ. Never have we had an AHJ call us regarding this path, and rarely have we had any builders say to us, if ever, that they're actually going to use it as a compliance path. I presented this issue at the National Passive House conference and asked them, why is it that they are not using the path? And that was with Graham Wright, who was the author of it. So I don't know that it's appropriate, as Dave Balon said, which is a much higher bar passive house than Built Green, to compare the two, or to make the assumption that that people are going to use Built Green as a code compliance tool. I think Built Green needs to be a beyond code program. The concern I have for Built Green is, unlike IRS tax credits or other programs, it is utility supported. And I wonder if once this makes it into code, whether the utilities will actually be able to fund the QA and support those that are proposing this, because the code says that once it's in code, you can't rate base it anymore. I have some strong concerns, finally, as I put in my comment, that we have never had anybody call us, code officials or builders, about Built Green in the 3 years that I ran the hotline. And so that concerns me. And I'm not against Built Green, but I do not know that it is the appropriate tool to be a code acceptable tool, as Passive House is, and by the way, rarely used. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I see very few, I see no other hands of people who haven't just very recently spoken. So I'm assuming those hands are just still raised with no further thoughts. Please lower your hand if you have it raised and you don't have anything more to say. Dan.
Yeah, thanks. I did want to respond to just a couple of Mike's points, because I think you bring up some really good perspective, Mike, and I just want to respond to a couple of them. When you say the utilities are providing incentives for Built Green, that is only when Built Green, the path chosen, is also the utility modeled path for them. There are cities that have green priority green permitting style programs where they get floor area ratio bonuses, faster permitting, et cetera, that do. That is not the same as the utilities. There are not a ton of robust utility incentives associated with it. So while I get your point, I just wanted to make that very clear. Second, you're correct. There hasn't been a huge call for a need for something like this to date. But we did want to, and we're not trying to compare all levels of Built Green to Passive House. That is not what those two comments have been about. What we want to do is say, Passive House has set a precedent that you could use a third-party program as a compliance path. As we move towards a much more complicated, likely much more complicated R406.3 table, as we've seen proposed, we're driving further and further to builders asking for more flexibility in how they meet those energy components. The BIEW team is the one who proposed this very concept just a week ago, saying, we want more flexibility. Having a modeling pathway is a way to do this. So this doesn't mean that Built Green has to be the only way that can be done with a modeling pathway, but it is a way to be done. And as David said, it's certainly not a slam dunk that the ERI is going to pass, but if Built Green were to pass, if we can find confidence that Built Green is above code in every instance, and it is a choice that builders can choose to do in order to maintain a degree of flexibility in an ever increasingly complicated and structured format with R406.3, then we should make that path available if possible. I think I'll wind up with that. And if anybody else wants to comment, we're happy to continue to answer.
Yeah, Mike Lubiner, just one comment, and then I will leave it to you guys to decide. We have the ability for builders that want to build above code, very close to the new code. In fact, as you know, and I know, Dan, from doing the comparisons, a builder can get, many builders can get a IRS tax credit of $2,000 for building to our code or very close. Does a tax credit afforded, will the IRS approve a builder who submits a Built Green? Or for that matter, do you expect that if the administration gets their $5,000 a house incentive to builders for net zero energy ready, whether or not the Built Green program would be sufficient for documentation to the feds for that? That's my question, and I'll leave it at that, and you guys have a happy day.
Thanks, Mike. Great questions. It would certainly, the Built Green program at different star levels would be comparative to where Energy Star and DOE Zero Energy Ready Home are. For those, if you're not aware, that's where it's projected that the tax credits would land. Two different tiers, one at the Energy Star tier, one at the DOE tier. Built Green would certainly have star levels that would meet those requirements. It would still be on the builder and their rater to also submit the home to through those programs to qualify for them. That is not Built Green's job or role necessarily, but they would certainly have the performance built in and the energy modeling approach that would satisfy those other requirements if they also did whatever minimum requirements were required for those programs. Currently, there is no tax credit. We're waiting and hoping to see, so it's hard to say that that could happen today. And because of that, we couldn't build tax credit kind of language into this proposal without knowing if a tax credit is ever coming.
Okay, thanks so much, Dan. I think we're getting close to a vote here. Please keep your comments brief. Gavin?
Thanks, Jill. I downloaded the Built Green 2021 checklist, and I noticed that under credit numbers 18, 119, and 132 for the prescriptive path, Built Green seems to be kind of encouraging credits on tables 31, 32, 33. I believe those are the heat pump proposals in the prescriptive path. So are we to understand as a body that if proposal 65 were to pass, Built Green is going to reconvene and look at load reduction measures kind of in a similar path? And then my other question, and then I'll cede the floor here, is what percentage of Built Green homes, maybe in that 4-star group that it sounds like your members are using the most, are using prescriptive versus performance paths? If we could kind of get like a ratio, I think that would be helpful.
Patrick, I can address those questions. So first, to clarify, when you're looking at the requirements, those credit numbers that you referred to, 3-1, 3-2, are referring to built green credits, nothing in the code table. So those are referring to, if you scroll down in the checklist, specific built green credits related to that requirement so that they can be seen as a way to meet that requirement. So it is not referring to specific measures in table 406.3. In terms of would we reconvene? Yes, every time as we mentioned, every time the code changes, we convene an independent review board filled with building science and energy experts from our region. And we rehash the energy section to make sure it's still above code. And by that, we mean that we're not necessarily giving, the way we update is that we are setting our minimum thresholds to be above code in some level. This secondary is we review what we call additional energy efficiency credits that are promoting maybe strategies that are either very highly efficient and maybe underutilized in the market, or maybe are more costly to implement, yet still provide a large emission, energy efficiency or carbon reduction.
Mr. Chairman, point of privilege.
Please, Damon.
I have to step away for a brief phone call at 2 o'clock. Could you mark my vote as abstain?
I am totally unsure of whether I can do that, but if you're not around, you will
Automatically.
automatically, yeah, not be here for that. So
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. I think we're getting very close to a vote, so please keep your comments brief. Patrick.
As I stated earlier, and as I just heard from the two promoters, that they would be evolving this, and I think as codes changed, I actually think the State Building Code Council would be losing some control over compliance path, level of compliance. So I made the motion to disapprove, and now I'm going to call to question.
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to oppose the call to question right now? Okay, let's vote. So the motion, the motion on the floor, I believe, is to disapprove 045, which is the built green compliance option. Is that correct, Patrick?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to do a roll call vote based on that. So Krista.
Okay, Damon. Are you still there?
Oh, he left.
Know how they operate.
Abstain.
Mike Fowler,
Yes.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Hey.
Dave,
No.
Jonathan Jones,
I have to abstain.
David Reddy,
Abstain.
Gary Hickman,
Abstain.
Andrea Smith,
Abstain.
We're all gonna abstain.
Irina,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
No.
Henry Odom,
Abstain.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Right, because otherwise you won't.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Totally
Jeanette McHugh,
completely clear. I thought that's what it was, though.
Abstain.
But
okay,
right, but he made.
we've got 8 yes, 3 no's, and 8 abstains.
Okay, so the motion passes, so this is disapproved. So we're moving on to the next one. And okay, let's keep the chat civil. I've noticed, Dawn, I don't know who you are, but let's keep it civil. Let's also keep it on topic. Okay.
Could we have Dawn state who they are as an interested public entity?
What was that, Henry?
Can we have Dawn state who they are, as they seem to be an interested
Sure.
public?
Dawn,
participant?
can you unmute or put in the chat who you're representing, or general public or other entity?
She's not required to if she does not wish to,
Okay.
however.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. All right, so we are on to 097. This is also another pathway one. Is this Jonathan Jones? Is this you?
It is. And
Great.
thank you, everybody, for your patience that's going to follow on the conversations that are going to ensue on this hot topic. We've proposed to reintroduce the ERI index back into the code cycle. It's been in the national code programs for a couple of cycles now. Our neighbors are utilizing this tool. Mostly the idea behind reintroducing the ERI was to give some sort of relief to the jurisdictions and code support efforts in the energy code. Typically, you have to be educated in some classes of building sciences. You have to actually pass some national exams in order to get a rated license. And then from that point, you would move on to getting ICC certifications to helping out in the field if that's something that you're wanting to do with your own companies. But what this does allow these to do is it allows the jurisdictions to use people who are specifically trained in building sciences to model homes to show compliance with the code. There has been a very lengthy conversation between the background individuals about the difference in the 301 and the Washington State modeling software that has been used by Henry to establish the proposals for the Washington State Code that have been adopted. This ERI index that we've come up with specifically took all of the data that was used to drive the other proposals, and they were given back out to an industry expert in the 301 standard who then modeled those and gave us his recommendation on an ERI that would be consummate with the mashup version of the code. We would obviously have to change it based on all these proposals. And there is language in here that says that. It also says we might have to move some language around to get it to kind of refit back into our code too. But otherwise, this specifically references word for word the 2021 IECC's ERI index. And then the little table at the bottom were some placeholders that were designed to be very conservative numbers by climate zone. And in the end, Phil had recommended a single climate zone number of 47. And he was the expert that helped us out from FSEC. And so again, these numbers were again placeholders because we have lots of changes that people have voted on. So this number will have to move in order to align with the proposals that the State Building Code Council adopts and moves on in the process.
Okay, is that the introduction?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Dwayne, you are up.
So Jonathan, as you might remember from earlier calls, I don't have any way to know whether this is more or less effective than prescriptive compliance with the energy code. So can you explain to a non-modeler how you have some assurance that it is in fact as good as the Washington State Energy Code?
Yeah, so the process in which we went about designing this ERA started well before this code. And so what we had begun originally was we broke it down by house sizing and by fuel type used for heating. And we had like this whole chart that's broken out with 12 different ERIs. It looks kind of goofy because ERI it measures to a 2006 baseline measurement. It looks a little different because it compares a home exactly to another home just like it, just the 2006 version. And that's how it figures out the difference on this miles per gallon chart that equals from roughly 100 is 0 energy. 100 is kind of the top of the score there. We kind of generally starts out with. My 70s home was 140 on this chart. Passive house typically falls pretty low in this index, somewhere between around the like mid low 30s, possibly dips back and forth a little bit sometimes. Depending on the project itself, obviously. But in the end, as long as the ERI index was 47 or lower is always better, as we're 0 for 0 energy. As long as it met that score or lower, it met all of the intentions, because we took all of the models from Henry, we went through and we took all of the credit selections that they use for cost-effective measures. We did it again this time too, and we gave all that to Phil, and Phil crunched all those numbers, and out came the 47.
So I see the 43 and the 44 here, and
Yes.
you averaged those and came up with 47?
No, so there is language in here that these ERIs would have to be adjusted based on whatever is selected in the end. Does that make sense? Like I can't shake a magic 8 ball and tell you what our code's going to be at in the end and then adjust my ERI for it right now. I have to wait until you all of your decisions finish deciding what is going to end up in the code, and then the ERI adjustment will happen to match that index with some more modeling.
Okay, and my last question is the same concern that I expressed to the Build Green people, and that is that this appears to be an entirely energy related thing and does not deal with the carbon emissions issues that we've been grappling with all day today.
No, the ERI took into consideration all of the credit selections that include.
No, I mean, it takes into consideration, but it doesn't, it still is entirely energy based, right?
No, this can produce carbon reports in the end. And the national carbon score, my understanding between the conversation of David Balon and Phil were very close, at least. Enough to where it didn't seem like to cause a headache of any kind. And then the idea is, again, we had to take a home and walk it through the path. So like in order to get it all the way through code, we would still have to hit all the same energy requirements you would in your 406.2 and your 406.3 selections. So we did the same in multiple different paths for multiple different sizes of homes for the size categories. And in the end, having this outside expert talk about it, for simplicity for AHJs, we ended up landing on a more typical number for one climate zone versus 2. So by proxy, climate zone 4 is getting, climate zone 4, you're getting slightly dinged. So this is a conservative number in the climate 4 zone sector. It is a spot on number for climate zone 5.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dwayne. Dave Balon.
Boy. So I guess where I haven't seen any of this material that was produced to get these numbers. I presume that you're making that available in some kind of appendix. Is that true, Jonathan? Because I don't get these numbers at all when I do it.
David, the conversation between you and Phil had all this information in it.
It did not actually. The conversation may have. The actual spreadsheet he sent me, these were not the numbers he had. They were rather different. I mean, like a factor 2 in some cases. So that I'm assuming that something else is going on besides what it is I saw in the summary that Phil sent me. The second point mostly worries me. Let's leave out the question of what the precise energy index rating is. One of the features of our carbon table, and for that matter, our 405 requirements, is that the comparison be made between that a different comparison is made depending on fuel selection, because there's different carbon impacts for the fuel selection. So and then this doesn't have that. So presumably you get a 0.44, which is a 45%, 44, 40 or 55% reduction from the 206 IECC requirements. But it's the same number if it's gas or if it's electric. It isn't, is that right?
So the answer is we took the conservative number.
It's not the question of the conservative number. The question is it right? Is the comparison a like for like fuel type?
When it compares a home against itself of the same fuel type.
Right.
Federal minimum standard of the same fuel type.
So when you go back to IECC 2006, whatever the requirement was for the gas furnace, say, or the heat pump, that's the base for this comparison.
Only when selecting the gas.
Well, let's say it's a heat pump, it's the
furnace.
same thing, right?
No, it'd be compared to a federal minimum standard heat pump.
It's a federal minimum standard, not the IECC standard?
The IEC 301 relates a home exactly to itself in the same method. So in other words, if you're putting in a heat pump, it has a heat pump. If you're putting in a furnace, it has a furnace. If you put electric resistive heat, then it has electric resistive heat. You're comparing a home to the same home, and then the same version of it in 2006.
But
so federal minimum version standards of the heating system is what will be compared to the heating system type you select when you put into the software.
So the only thing you use from 2006 is the 402 section?
All of the envelope baselines are, I believe, I'm gonna get these two numbers mixed. I apologize. I got all of like maybe 2 hours of sleep last night. There is a 2006 is the baseline for the envelope measures, and the 2009 is the backdrop for the worst case U trade-off value you can use in the ERI index.
The 2009 IECC, what is it? What comes from that?
The worst U value you can use in the trade-off
is 2009.
Yes.
And what about air infiltration?
It's based to national, so that would be, I believe it's if you're doing the ERI path, it's 3.
Okay, so our base case is the 2006, except for when it's worse than when it's better than 2009, and a 3 ACH 50 for the infiltration, and current federal standard for the equipment. And so when we get to the equipment, it's 0.44, it's essentially 56% reduction if it's a gas furnace, or it's 56% reduction if it's a heat pump to minimum standard. Is that right?
Yes.
We've actually done quite a bit to make sure that those are on an even footing. And at this point, a 45% reduction with a gas furnace is a different number than a 45% reduction in our code based on the fuel normalization. Quite a bit different number.
All right, Dave, are you wrapping up?
That's enough for me, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mike Leblanner.
Yeah, thank you. David, you and I and Philip have had over 3 years of discussing this. And what you need to understand, as Philip has suggested, is the agreement that was the normalized modified load method that's embedded in the ratings. What this does is requires the heat pump, a minimum NACA heat pump, as the base case. And I don't really want to go farther into that other than to say that we have communicated this to you on many occasions, both
have
in the
not.
tag, okay, in the tag, and in the modified normalized load method was the deal that the gas company and the electric utilities came together on that said, if you're going to use electric, you're going to make the heat pump in the base case. Let me continue, please. I want to go back to the reason I believe that that we have no viable 406 compliance path in the energy code. And it has nothing to do with the
Mike, you
issue.
mean 405? You mean 405, right?
405, excuse me.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with the issues of that you raised in the tag of inadequacy between the models and ground contacting models, or the assumptions about occupancy related to the number of bedrooms. What it has to do with is the fact that, as I was told, and as everybody knows, the reason that nobody uses the 405 is it was written purposely so that people would use the prescriptive path. This, I feel very strongly, I've been told by people, we proposed ASHRAE 90.2, which is the identical ERI. And we talked about this, you and I and Philip, back before the 2018 was written. And it was about a 47 is what we thought, I thought we agreed was roughly where the code was. And that was before fuel normalization and discussions. What I'd like to point out is that the reason that I believe people are against the ERI is because they want to see prescriptive paths only. In the RCW, it specifically states that you have to have a simulation path in the energy code. What I have been told, and I won't say who by, but you know who they are, said we wrote this specifically so that that wouldn't happen. So why do you think nobody has called the hotline in 4 years asking about the simulation path? It's because nobody uses it. This here is a reasonable attempt after many hours of vetting this with you and a whole committee of NEA to try to figure out where your issues were. And all I'm hearing is the same issues over and over. A small discussion about the sensitivity of the ground contact and the number of occupants. And I asked you specifically, as I asked Poppy, would you like to do an analysis? Would you like some funding where you can run and determine what the ERI should be in a way of trying to get to the bottom line of what's a reasonable ERI? We had Philip Ferry do an extensive analysis that showed the carbon metric based on the national carbon metrics of what the savings is. And it for the Northwest, it jives with what these numbers are. So as Jonathan said, if we want to adjust these numbers, fine. I think 43 and 44 are conservative. I think we originally came up with them as we came up with a number. And then in the tag, in the NEA discussion, we said, we are concerned about this maybe being off or inconsistent. Let's put a safety factor in. And that's how we got to 43 and 44. Anybody that does modeling, whether it's with Ecotrope, Energy Gauge, her RevSync, or any other DOE approved model for tax credits. Incidentally, SEAM is not one of them, though it is approved by Bonneville. That we'll see that 43 and 44 will get you the credits for carbon, as well as what we believe is where we think this new code is going to go based on the discussions we've had. And that was based on what Henry had provided us. I think
thanks,
that
Mike. Can you wrap up pretty soon?
Yes, I will. There's two separate issues. One is, are you doing this because you have an agenda of not wanting to see simulation paths? And if not, what do you think a reasonable ERI is? I believe Jonathan and everybody else would like to know that. And so that we can come to consensus, because after all, we're all trying to do the same thing here. We're trying to get the mission of the council approved, and that's to save energy and the broader mission of the legislator to save carbon. The fuel normalization credit and all the analysis we've done to date clearly shows these are very equitable numbers. If you disagree, provide your number, but don't come in here with other comments to sidetrack this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Greg, you're up next.
Thanks, Chow. Couple things here. I do really believe that in theory, energy modeling could work if we had good modeling, good modelers, and it was always done right. But models are kind of complicated. I see an awful lot of heating, cooling loss load calcs, which are very similar to energy models, and people doing those heating, cooling loss load calcs and other energy models really struggle. It takes some special skills to do it right, and I see a lot of inconsistent results out of that. Compared to prescriptive is easy. If I have to have a U.25 window, you look for the big sticker on there. There's no debating on that one. Models are really complex, and there's a lot of places you can go wrong with that. One of my other concerns on this one is it's going to require a lot of good oversight, and I'm not sure we have that structure in place for all the oversight we would need on this. Two more quick points here. I've seen a couple verifiers in the region kind of cut corners. One of them has been taken off the Energy Star approved list temporarily for certifying homes, so that concerns me. My last point is with all this complex modeling and everything that's at stake on this, I have some concerns that a large value price builder will find a creative energy modeler and will get inconsistent results. So I think the prescriptive path is better than the ERI path here for now. So, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Liho?
Hi, I got two questions. So I just want to confirm that if I'm looking at the number correctly, we're going to be 57 or 56% better than the code or the guidelines from the 2006 requirement. And my second one is, I think I remember hearing about this. Is this approach will be related with the 2030 where we're trying to get to net zero? So I believe the starting point they used was from 2006. I was trying to figure if this is so in that similar context.
Yeah, can I answer those questions now?
Go ahead, Jonathan.
Perfect. So the idea is that roughly the 47 marker would have been perfect, but again, in an effort for conservative, we dropped down. But let's go and say if we hit life is perfect. With 47, you would only need roughly 17-point reduction spread over 2 more code cycles, which is roughly 8-9%-ish, you know, I mean, I'm not a mathematician per se, but and so what's going to happen is it's going to follow that same projection line that we always see on all the trainings that have been established for the governor's goal for the 2030 requirements. And so in the end of 2030, to be 70% better than 2006 means a HERS score or ERI index of 30.
Did that answer your question, Liho?
Yes, that I did. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I have Poppy up next.
Thanks, Joe. Just a second. So, yeah, I just have some questions. I think that this is a decision for the TAG, and it's for the TAG to review the information substantiating this estimate and debate the merits of that. So I'd like to just keep the discussion to the TAG itself and not individuals. So my questions are, I really am not totally following how these ERIs were developed. And so I've heard some discussion today about the methodology, but it's kind of hard to follow verbally. So I'm just wondering if there's any documentation of the methodology, assumptions, inputs, outputs, energy emission savings, and conclusions that you're basing this number on, or these numbers on, because this is essentially a full potential bypass to our code. And so that's a pretty large portal that a lot of the market could go through. And so I think that it's really important for us to, like we have done over years with the entire code and the options table, really understand the basis for those numbers. And I'm particularly interested in how the fuel normalization is taken into consideration, especially since that normalizes a lot on energy as well, and as the first step. And so I'm not understanding if it's a like for like comparison in this proposal, how that could actually take into consideration the type of normalization that we have on both an energy and emissions level in our code. So overall, I don't see the kind of crosswalk between this approach and our code, and I would really need to see that described and documented so that we could really understand. All we're seeing really right now is a square box with two numbers in it and some discussion about what went into it and assertions about the methodology and the veracity thereof. So that's my overall comments.
Sure. There was actually a lot more to this proposal than just the ERI index. It did mandate the requirement of a creation of a database that was going to be used to collect the data. So that way technical code support, whoever it may be, could jump in and help out with this. As well as we've had really great levels of success with programs such as EPS Score of Oregon, which is a utility-based modeling structure. And in that was going to be the same restrictions in the database that's going to be required. So documentation for proof of code. So in other words, the manuals, the pictures, the model numbers, the same thing we asked the AHJs for, will also be uploaded and maintained into a database that's accessible. So this is also not just about an ERI index. This is also about adding a path that can be utilized by jurisdictions to give jurisdictional relief for labor shortages. Not to imagine you could utilize an entire industry of building expertise and building scientists to get better code compliance in the field. So this is just more than just an ERI path. This is about the betterment of a code, not just written, but realized as well.
Thanks, Jonathan. I guess I have a couple of specific questions based on what Poppy said. One is, so there's a list of table of 406.2 in this proposal. Are those kind of prescriptive minimum requirements for all ERI projects? Is that what you're saying?
They were, as would be broken. So at the end, when we ran out of this very long, very lengthy discussion amongst the groups that we knew would have the largest to say on it, we ran out of time to get a proposal in. And so we threw in a very conservative number here with language stating that the ERI should be adjusted for the final code. So whatever it is, right? And so, so we have a bunch of data on that, which I'm more than willing to share as well from the conversations on the backside as far as those energy models. But as the energy models went, again, we took the same credit selections that were used to establish the code and used them in the model. So how we figured out what to model in the wall in R21 with an R5 was determined off of our credit selection, including our 406.2 credit selection in designing these homes. So in other words, if I was going to get a home that was, say, 3 credits, and I decide I'm going to go with a heat pump because I love my ductless mini splits and I got this electric resistive heat, I get a half a credit right off the top. I need 2.5 more. I like heat pump hot water tanks. Let's take that heat pump hot water tank, and I'm going to take a an 11 HSPF mini split instead of a 10 because I got peeps. So now I got this package. That's what we ran through to establish the ERI in every single model that we did. We literally took a package that you would do as a builder and ran it through the software.
Okay. I guess I was in the proposal is table of 406.2. Can you scroll to that, Krista? I guess, Jonathan, are all the stuff in here is required prescriptively if you're going to use this path? Is that correct?
Yeah, and you know what? This also, I believe this was stole straight from the IECC. Trying to reinvent that entire chapter was unique. I think it needs to reflect our Washington state. That might have been a mistake on my part.
but the general idea is that there's, in addition to just having the freedom to use modeling in the path, you also have to do lots of other things prescriptively, and this is that list of those things. Is that the
Well, this
intent?
is the list of, for lack of a better term, the 24 minimum rated features that are typically in almost every home.
But-
So you're going to go through, and it talks about how to. There's going to be parts of this about how the mechanicals have to be put together, but as you walk through all of these are each sections electrical power. So lighting, interior lighting controls, building thermal envelopes. Can you scroll up just a little bit for me, please?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So all of these are referencing sections in which how they have to be modeled.
Okay, so it's how they're modeled. It's not they comply with these, whatever they are prescriptively.
Correct.
Okay.
This is giving you your baselines and the model assumptions.
Okay. And then just one other question, which is, it was brought up earlier that the gas heat house is modeled against the gas heat house and has to hit 57% better than that or whatever. And the heat pump house has to be 57% better than a heat pump house. Is that correct? Or is that correct?
It's against the 2006 baseline code home and whatever heating source it used.
Oh, okay. So it's not like if you choose to use a heat pump, you're modeled against a heat pump home.
It would be in this case. So you do divide it up in such a way that my home doesn't compare. Like if I was going to go model a home through HERS for tax credits or for like Energy Star or something like that, right? As I'm going through the modeling process, I just tell it what I have. And then it takes it and compares it to a home that uses a similar system for heating.
Okay, so
that was in 2006.
Well,
so it's the same line in the sand that our state code drew.
So I guess so if I'm doing a new house right now and I'm using this path and I choose to put a gas furnace in it, I have to be 57% better than the gas furnace in 2006 with the whole house.
The federal minimum, yes.
Federal minimum. And if I do a heat pump in the house I'm doing today, I have to be 57% better than a heat pump based house in 2006. Is that correct?
The Fedmans, yes.
Okay, thanks.
And so if I try to do a trade-off, I can't get any worse than 2009. So I can't go in and be like,
okay,
I can't put in a U-value 1 window in and be trying to trade that off somewhere else. It wouldn't happen. It gets blocked by that 2009 envelope requirement.
Okay, thanks. That was a question. Next is Mark Sniffen.
Yeah, I think it's healthy to keep in mind of the inspector on site looking at the energy code. One of the reasons that the code asks for those options being used to be on the plan is so that the building inspector can actually look at it and verify these things exist. And depending on what option they use, we have to keep track of what the U value is on the window, or is it R30 or is it R38 in the floor? And so we being building inspectors really need to have a good guide on the set of plans to verify in the field that these things are actually being applied and exist. And when we start doing modeling, unless we have a third-party verification, I don't know if my inspectors would have the guidelines that they would need to actually verify this stuff is there and exists.
So these are great questions. Can I answer all of those for you? In the first one, particularly, how do I know what to look for? If you read through the requirements in the national codes, which I copied over to these codes, is that the rater, if they're not doing the field inspections themselves through specialty ICC certifications, are required to give you a complete checklist of all items in the home to look for. That checklist is actually produced by the software they use.
So is it on the plan set?
They could give it to you at the time of submission.
If you have a piece of paper that's attached to a set of plans, it does me no good. And so that's why they have to be on the plan set so that we can rapidly find them, look at it, and compare it. And I have that problem all the time. I mean, I write corrections to builders all the time to get those things on the plans so my inspectors know what they're supposed to be looking at.
Well, sir, very similar to any other PDF document that has been requested to slide into a set of plans. They could take this effective checklist for you and slide it into a set of plans. If that is what you wish to enforce in your jurisdiction, sir, that is more than acceptable. You have that power.
Well, it is enforced right now through the energy code that in order to receive this credit, these options must be put on your set of plans. And so that's where I have a little bit of heartache, because anytime we're starting to, if we want to take it serious and go out there and say, okay, what is the efficiency rating of your heater? What is the windows? We have to be able to have that in hand and be able to kind of check it off our lists.
As I said, so we could add the checklist either to the plan set if you wish in your jurisdiction. That's acceptable. It's very simple for people to do so, just as they do with the 406.3 chart that they download from our website and embed in their plan set.
I'm going to chime in here with Mark. I'm sorry I don't have the floor, but Mark is right. There has to be a method to where every component that went into this analysis is on the drawing set, and in all the permits, and I pull 55 a year, all the work is inserted into the drawing set for the building official and the building inspection. And sometimes we build schedules for the field inspector to follow along so that he can sign off on it. So
Patrick or anybody, can you
understood,
gin up
may not-
some language really quickly that we could add to this proposal? That would require that, Patrick or Mark or somebody else?
yeah, or a summary sheet, shell.
We need code language though.
Dwayne can chime in. Dwayne can chime in on this. We go to a lot of effort to make sure that compliance is just not at the plan review, that it follows through the whole process, right, Dwayne? I mean, it's pretty serious. And other municipalities besides the city of Seattle require it also. Needs to be leaping off the page.
Yep. So I guess, can someone come up with some language to add to this proposal that would require it to be on the plans? Is what I'm questioning.
May I make one statement real fast? There's a certain section of the state that is already using an ERI index. There are other jurisdictions that have already deemed this entire process as equivalent based on an interpretation from the State Building Code Council meeting. So this stuff is happening. They're already inspecting these. Our neighbors in more than half the states in the country are utilizing an ERI index. So this isn't something that we're reinventing some new wheel on here. This is something that's being utilized day to day across the country.
Thanks, Jonathan. Let's go to Gavin. You're next.
I just I'll start by responding to what Jonathan just said there. And I understand that building officials can play God in this state. But that is a profoundly disappointing statement, given that council itself kind of deliberated on this performance path issue, a little over a year and a half ago. And it really sticks in my craw for the hours I've spent on calls like this, trying to create effective code language. Last week, Stoyan said that, we're all on the same team here. And I don't think there's anyone on this call that doesn't want to see good, flexible pathways forward. But I just don't see that we're ready. I want to echo Greg Davenport's statements that we do not have an effective provider network statewide to do this. And it sounds like Washington State University wants to be an entity that's going to regulate and watch them and administer a program here, but I question whether we have funding. I've been on a lot of projects that have exactly the same blower door ratings, right on down a block. And I just think that raters and providers are not going to be able to push this thing across the finish line yet. And with that, I'd like to make a motion to disapprove.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to disapprove this proposal 097. We also have a second for that. Further discussion, and Larry is who I have next on my list.
Well, the reason why you don't get people to do all this studies is because of the amount of time that it takes to do all these types of studies. First, you got to build the prototype house, and then you got to build a house that you want to do the changes with. And we do a lot of prototyping. But what I found out is in our U-value system that we're using. And it doesn't equivalate to, I guess
Well, I'm at the tail.
it doesn't equivalate to actual BTU savings a lot of times. And the disparity is quite big. And one of the glaring parts of this is that would be picked up by this type of system over our type of system is when you put 4 inches of pink foam across the floor and the U value goes way up, but the actual BTU saved is nearly nothing. In fact, it is nothing if you're not having a heated floor there. But yet our U value is extremely low by doing that. But in reality, it doesn't do anything for you. Okay. And the reason why is because of the delta T between the ground temperature and the floor. Okay. So you're dealing with 50 degrees, and where this modeling plan will pick up on that and where our prescriptive path doesn't. So really we're charging people, and I've done this modeling with the ASHRAE system that I have and with the ACA system, and both the ASHRAE and the ACA system come up with the same answer. But when we plug into here with our U values, it's saying we're getting this big gain where we're spending a lot of money and we're not gaining anything. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Damon, you are next.
Thank you. I apologize for having to miss the beginning of this conversation. This is something that I've been promoting for 10 years. It's something that's very, very near and dear to my heart. The reason I got into ResNet, the reason I was chair of Built Green, to literally increase performance of homes in Washington State. Back in 2010, there was a meeting with Commerce and WSU that Chuck Murray put together. I think there were 20, 25 of us in the room. And a building partner and I were there, and everybody came to the consensus that, yeah, doing energy modeling is the way of the future, that this is the way we're going to go. And we were promised it would be in an upcoming code. Well, it didn't hit the IECC till 2015, but it's been through 3 code cycles now. One of our core arguments was that by going to energy modeling and opening up all the things you can do to reduce the energy load was way more advantageous to builders, because it helped builders learn why they were doing what they were doing, rather than simply going through a 27-item checklist trying to get points. I know that ResNet HERS raters have super strict guidelines and a 10% QA process. So you've got a third party coming behind them and making sure that they're doing things correctly. Every net zero energy home that I've been a part of, and that's got to be close to 48, has been modeled before it was put together. You don't just put a bunch of solar on the roof and then wait till a year's worth of energy bills to see if you hit the target or not. So I strongly, strongly support this decision. We need to open it up and get more options out there, get builders actually understanding why they're doing what they're doing. And this is the way to make it happen. Thank you.
Thanks, Damon. I have Dave Balon up next.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to say here. I agree with the previous comment in a sense. I don't think we can go much further than this code cycle without having a well-designed performance path. I think that the ERI performance path as it sits is, at least from the point of view of the software, mostly okay. or at least, and may even be very good if we had a full review. But this proposal is a lot more ad hoc than we can possibly afford if we're going to build a code around a performance path. We're going to have to be a lot more careful, and we can't just come in here and say some guy in Florida ran a simulation, however well respected Phil Ferry is. We have to actually have it vetted inside, not just inside our state, but inside our process, which is well established. It's true that SEAM is not a rating software. It is absolutely correct. The only thing SEAM is useful for is to compare it to the actual savings and calculations that have been done in the past to aid in and document the effects of the energy code as they've evolved for the last, I don't know, 12, 15 years. Make no mistake, sometime fairly soon, we have to have this proposal. And if we're any time other than a week before we have to be done, I'd say this would still be a good enough proposal that we'd have to start looking at it. But it's a week before we're going to have to get it done, and there's a lot of loose ends here. I would like to see those loose ends tied up before we actually pass it. But I'd also like to see enough diligence that we actually have given enough time and thinking so that we have an understanding of what we're getting. It sounds from Jonathan's proposal, from Jonathan's presentation, like most of the concerns I had originally, or at least some of them, are handled. The one where we're getting a final goal for the ERI, that doesn't seem like it's done yet.
Okay, and just to be clear, my understanding of the intent of the proposal is that the number would actually be updated based on the rest of the code that is eventually going to be passed by the council. That's correct, Jonathan?
Absolutely. We want to tie it to be as equal to the current code that gets adopted.
Okay, thanks.
So if you're going to just do that by sending us another number and a little box attached to the email, that's not going to cut it.
Okay, I mean,
not my mind.
Okay, thanks, Dave. So everybody who has their hand up right now has already spoken except for Henry. So I am going to let Henry speak, and then I'm going to put a time limit on everybody else because you've already had a chance to say your piece. So Henry, go ahead, go for it.
Thanks. I just like to start, just throws me off every time someone who's wholly in support of this, regardless of the target, saying that there's all these options that builders need to have access to that somehow the current R406 table doesn't have or limits them. And I'm really curious of some of those examples. It seems odd to assume that somehow there's going to be so many more options to get to the same point of current R406. That's the option table, not what we're looking at here. If we allow this ERI pathway, maybe I'm simple-minded in my approach to residential construction, but I don't see a whole lot of other measures out there. So if someone wants to elaborate on that, that'd be great. And second, I want to confirm what Chell had simplified earlier, that a gas house is compared to a gas baseline, and same for heat pump to heat pump. What is becoming extremely evident now, especially since we're getting so close to the 70% reduction, that heat pumps are inherently far more energy efficient than a gas home, and to force both heating systems the same measures becomes it's not a level playing field. Now I had thought this was being normalized to a carbon adjustment as well, so could you confirm that? I was assuming everything was compared to a gas baseline, and so heat pump home would have a similar status as the fuel normalization table currently shows in the option table. Thanks.
It did. So the problem is the modeling, the difference, like I should say it's the problem. The misunderstanding that I think is coming from is the 301 has a certain way of referencing the home that you're modeling to it. And that one is the same fuel type to the same fuel type. So gas to gas, heat pump to heat pump, that kind of stuff. All right. So then you move on into how we established the ERI index. And that was, we selected that 406.2 carbon chart requirement and those extra credits or less than credits in the total package that was then modeled. So the 406.2 table has been completely completely satisfied in the process of establishing the home's statistics to model. Right, I got to come up with this performance somehow, like baseline state. I can easily do it. That's R21 in the walls, right? So, but now I got to take my credit selection. So I took some 4 in the walls, right? Continuous on the outside, or I picked some triple pane windows, or I somehow grabbed all those puzzle pieces together off of our a la carte menu, and I made my meal. And I went and I sat down at a lovely table, and we made it. And so that's what the ERI came out from, was taking all those pieces from that a la carte menu together, and then modeling it. So we ensured the 406.2 chart integrity was intact.
Thanks, Jonathan. I
Okay,
guess,
so
go ahead, Aaron.
put it really simple. If you had a federal minimum gas furnace house and a federal minimum heat pump home, and you put in triple pane windows, do they come out the same ERI score?
So the thing with modeling that's interesting, as you well know, is it also depends on orientation, windows, and all that jazz. Now, if we went with the baseline stuff that you had proposed, I have not taken your specific numbers and switched it out like for like to see what the literal difference was. My point of my path of my research with my limited time, with everyone's limited time, was to specifically research the selection options in the charts to ensure that they were maintained integrity in the process, and to establish the ERI index as quickly as possible, as the short amount of time frame we had to put in a proposal.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'd feel a lot more comfortable with this if the baseline home was the same, and not, I guess when I looked at the reports in the past, the gas space heat home lags the energy efficiency of the heat pump space heat or electric space heat home. And that's basically increasing the cost of a heat pump home, and unduly penalizing a heat pump home with additional energy burden, additional energy efficiency as compared to a gas-fired home. So I guess I'd feel really uncomfortable unless we were able to normalize that and have a single space heating source for a standard reference home, I guess, is so that you're not comparing, so that you are comparing everything to the same base standard, as opposed to the same base standard in terms of appliance, as opposed to having it based on what fuel you select. I think that's, I don't know, that makes me uncomfortable with this one.
Just looking for efficiency to also replace BTUs, right? So for instance, if I had a gas furnace and a heat pump hot water tank, the total BTU replacement is taken into consideration by fuel type and reports that can be generated by the software as well.
Let's go to Patrick. And I'm going to try and limit everybody to, everybody has already spoken, so I'm going to limit you to a minute. Go for it, Patrick.
Jill, are we running out of time? Jill,
I agree with Dave Balin that it's not quite ready for prime time, that it is a useful tool. So since we're running out of time, I am going to exercise my floor and call to question.
Okay, is anybody opposed to the call to question right now?
Opposed.
Okay, so that means we have to vote on it. Okay, is there a second for the call to question?
I second it.
Okay, that means let's do a roll call vote on the call to question. If we get 2/3 majority, we will end debate and vote on it. Okay. Krista.
Damon,
No.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
I'm sorry, the call to question is that we vote on it. So saying yes, that means we would vote on it.
Yes means we would end debate and vote on it immediately following this vote.
Thank you. Yes.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Can I even vote this?
As
Yeah.
a tag member, I believe, yes, you can vote for it.
I would vote in my favor.
And what's that? This is, we're voting on whether we're gonna vote on it. So the
Right, to
motion is
dismiss
whether
it.
we end debate and vote on it right now, or whether we continue debate.
Sure, and that's a no.
Okay.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
Yes.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Jason Carter,
Yes.
Jeanette McHugh.
No.
Okay, motion passes 13-5 with 1 abstention.
Okay, we are voting on this then. So Krista, go ahead. The motion on the floor is to disapprove this proposal. So a vote of yes disapproves the proposal, a vote of no, we do something else. Go ahead, Krista.
Sorry, trying to get my tally marks in line here. Okay, Damon Doyle,
No.
Mike Fowler,
No.
Mark Sniffen,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Dave Balon,
Dave Balin, I don't hear you.
Excuse me, is this the motion to disapprove?
Motion to disapprove, yeah, correct.
Yes.
Jonathan Jones,
Yes. No, I'm sorry. No, sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. I was just listening to the second ago and my brain just shifted. I apologize. So it's late. Thank you for your patience.
Yep, no worries.
David Reddy,
Yes.
Gary Hickenen,
No.
Andrea Smith,
No.
Irina Rasputnis,
Same.
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Henry Odom,
Yes.
Gavin Tenold,
Yes.
Patrick Hayes,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
Abstain.
Jason Carter,
No.
Jeanette McHugh.
No.
Motion carries 9-8 with 2 abstentions.
Okay, motion passes, so this is disapproved. And we are also out of time. Thank you so much for so many hours of your day. We had an awesome discussion and we will continue that on Tuesday. I look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise today. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend.
You're my hero, Chell.
Thank you.
Nice job, Shel.
Thank you, Joe.